And we have the team here with us. And so come on in. You can type questions in the chat if you'd like to. If you have a specific question, it would be a good idea if you can type like a capital Q before your question. That way it's easy for us to identify those questions. Welcome in. I know it's just opening up, so a lot of people are going to be filing in. So welcome. And you will notice that you don't have access to your microphone or your camera at this point. At some point throughout the presentations, after a presentation, we may give you an opportunity to raise your hand and turn on your camera and mic if you wish to. But as you know, when you first popped into this meeting, you got a little message that said this meeting is being recorded. And so these will go up as replays on the Zenler site. And so you should know that before you raise your hand to come on screen with us. So we want you to know that. And let's go ahead and start. Let's maybe do a round of introductions. Manmeet, you want to start?
Hi everyone, my name is Manmeet Kaur. I am from India and I'm a product educator at Zenler. We have been working on the summit for so many months and so excited and nervous at the same time because it's the day finally, like we've been preparing for so many months now. So really excited and looking forward to all the speakers and learning from all of them. Back to you, Alice.
Yay, yay, yay. Thank you. And next up, Liz.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone, wherever you are. So I'm Liz Clifton and I'm an assistant product educator alongside with Manmeet. And yeah, super excited to be here to learn from the speakers and just to enjoy our first Zenler live summit. Woo! Thank you, Alice. Back to you.
Yay, yay, yay. And my name is Alice Miriam. I am also a product educator here at Zenler. And yes, we have been preparing for a long time for this summit. We will have different moderators throughout the summit. So first up is going to be Manmeet moderating the morning session. For those of you who want to join us in the afternoon session, that's a different link that you will access within the course. And then for the evening session, we will have Liz moderating, just so you kind of have a feel for it. And then finally, I do want to give our fearless leader an opportunity to do an introduction. Hi, Rakesh.
Hey, everyone. My name is Rakesh. I guess most of you know me, but I'm one of the founders at Zenler. And this is Zenler's first ever summit. And we're super, super excited. So a lot of prep has gone in. Alice, David, Manmeet, a lot of prep has gone in. So hope you guys going to have an exciting day with a lot of value being thrown. And so welcome everyone, wherever you are, and looking forward to an exciting, exciting day. And enjoy the day. Have fun.
Thank you. Thank you. And so I don't know, I'm in Florida, USA. And so it is 4 o'clock in the morning for me, y'all. I have my coffee. I'm ready to go. Feel free to type in the chat wherever in the world you are. We'd love to know where everyone's tuning in from, because at Zenler, our whole team is worldwide. We have a team in the US and in the UK and in India, and we're just all over the world, just like you, our members are. And so we love to see where everyone is from. And we do have multiple sessions throughout the day to help maximize time zones. Plus, we're going to offer the replay. We know time zones could be crazy. So I want to see if anybody is up earlier than I am at 4 a.m. Is there anybody up earlier than 4 a.m. for this event? Are you up earlier than 4 a.m.? Oh, we have Egypt today. Fantastic. Yay, yay, yay. In the middle of nowhere in the UK. Good morning from Wales. Good morning, North Carolina. Okay, this is fabulous. So as everybody's filing in, we have our first speaker up shortly, who will be joining us. And just as a team, we wanted to take an opportunity to just say thank you to you, all of our members, for supporting us and for joining us for this summit, because this is really the Live Impact Virtual Event Summit. One of the key features in Zenler is that live integration and that live management aspect that you have access to inside of Zenler. And so what a better way for us to serve you, our members, than to put on an event where we feature speakers from all over the world that will be able to share with you their experience in managing those live aspects of business every single day, and live aspects in that online world, right? Like, this is live, so anything can happen. Okay, so be prepared for that. Anything can happen today. And we want you to be able to learn and grow into those live experiences. And that's live experiences from anything from doing your live classes, doing your live webinars, but also things like your live coaching classes, your group coaching calls, your one-to-one coaching, and classes could be for everything. This isn't just about a class where we're talking. It could be a yoga class. It could be a music class. So there's all different areas of live aspect of business online. I would love to hear from you all as well. What aspects of live business are you the most looking forward to learning about today as we get started? And do you have any questions in regards to some of those live aspects of business? We'd love to hear from you on that. Questions?
I would also like to add to this. We would love to know that what is that one thing that you want to learn from this live summit today. So just drop in the comments that you must have seen the speakers, what topics they are covering. So what is that one thing that you're in for during the entire day?
Yes. And as far as accessing the schedule, Catherine, right in the lesson, there's only 3 lessons available inside the summit course. And inside of those 3 lessons is the whole schedule for each speaker and what time they're showing up, as well as that live registration link. That's all that's in the lesson. And there's just 1, 2, 3 lessons for 3 sessions for today. Okay. And Darlene, group coaching, lunch and learns. Ooh, Darlene, that's a really good one. Lunch and learns. I love those. Marketing your online courses. Okay. The benefit each speaker has had in their business using lives to build engagement and their audience with their audience is something I'd like to hear about. Yes. Thank you, Kevin. Welcome, Kevin. Just coming back from getting some medals for Britain. Yay, Kevin and his family.
You won the bronze medal.
Yes, Kevin won the bronze medal. Yes. Yes, and so did one of his fabulous daughters as well.
Yes.
Let's see. I could use more one-on-one. That's great. Yep, we want to do more one-to-one coaching. That's great. More one-on-one lives. Question. Oh, good use of a cue, Sarah. Thank you. Would love to learn more about the automation from sign up for an event through stages for a student. That's a great one. And I will let you know as you're pulling in with some of these questions for us today that at the end of this month, per usual, David is always showing up. He's in the background today. He's here. He's doing some tech things in the background for us. So he's not on camera right at the moment. You will probably see him throughout the day because I'm sure most of you who show up for a lot of our events, you know, David is our tech wizard. So he's doing those tech things for us right now. And on top of that, a day with Zenler happens that last Friday of every single month. And This month's Day with Zenler is going to be a special edition Day with Zenler, where we talk all about summits, all about events, and a lot of the different processes. We're going to give you a review of the step-by-steps of what we went through as a team to put together this particular summit, as well as some additional trainings for you. So we are going to have that available for you, and that'll kind of give you some bits of those automation pieces as well. So that'll be good for you. For now, I'm still fresh starting out. Could you give an overview of what's meant by live aspects? Yeah, the live aspects of online business. So these live interactions, just like this particular summit right now is being run through a live class. And so we are live interacting with you. So anything can happen when it's live, right? So that could be through live Zoom sessions that are one-to-one meetings. It could be group coaching sessions. It could be live streaming to your Facebook or YouTube or Instagram or any of those, the TikToks, any of those kind of live things that you're doing in business to connect with people virtually versus that face-to-face in person kind of thing. So that's what we mean by that. Anybody else see questions coming in? Structure course materials to be outcome oriented rather than all tech. Yes, that's a thing too. Group coaching, yay, summit day. We love it. Running live webinars. Yep, we'll have some bits about that today as well. You start up. For startups, programs running for refugees. That's fantastic. Learn to keep students engaged in all their adventurous Zenler surprises. Yes, yay. Great. Okay, good, Catherine. Fabulous. This is a lot of good stuff. And we are going to have a lot of opportunity for you today to learn a lot from speakers from all over the world who are Zenler members and users just like you. So they've been doing this. Most of them are, we have a few that are that are professional speakers, but most of them are business owners just like you. And they're using Zenler and they're using those live aspects of business every single day to help grow their course and membership sites. And so that's why we have them on for you today, to show you that, you know, it is possible to grow your course and your membership business or your coaching business using live aspects of business without being this professional speaker or anything like that. Like, you just everyday course creators and instructors, the same way that Zenler is built from the ground up for course creators and instructors like you. We want to show you that those live aspects of business are for course creators and instructors just like you as well. Yay, we're going to learn how to do summits. Yes, exactly. Yes, it's going to be exciting. I can tell you right now that David is chomping at the bit to get more summit information out. And I know we as a team have been, because we have seen you in the Facebook group and in the messages and in the emails talking to us and asking about summits, asking about running these events. And so because we are obsessed with support at Zenler, and we know that's something you want, we want to make sure to give you the best experience and education possible with summits, which is why we wanted to come on and run a summit from Zenler so that you could experience a summit from us. And then we could be able to walk you through what our process was and what some of those options are for you when you want to run a summit. So yes, we're all about that, all about it. So live webinars and summits, yay. David, how to work with Zenler with hybrid courses, both online and meetup mixed. Oh, that's a good one. Very good one. Yes. Yes, seeing it come live from Zenler. We're very excited too, right, team? Woohoo! We're very excited. It's been a very exciting last couple of days for us, this last push. And this morning, it's been super exciting. I mean, I'm up for you all at 4 a.m. As David typed in a message to me this morning, hair up and coffee on, and I'm ready to go. Hair up, coffee on. That's how we roll. Any more questions? Hey, yes. Okay, so we're getting going here. And our first speaker is going to be coming on shortly. So we just want to, yes, there's Jono. Hey, people, first speaker, super excited. We're very happy to have you coming up, Jono. I know, very happy. Glad that you're here. Manmeet?
Yes, I'm on it.
Yay. Okay, so any more questions around what you would love to hear and learn more about? Obviously we already have our speaker set. So what's going to happen today is going to happen today. However, we will also in the afternoon session, we will be having a Zenler team panel where you can ask us anything. I also want to let you know that at that panel discussion with the team, we may or may not be making some announcements that you might want to be here for. I'm just saying, you might want to be here for those announcements because they could be pretty big deal. Okay, just saying that. Okay, I'm going to let Manmeet take it away now.
Thank you so much, Alice. We are just a couple of minutes away from our first speaker. We are just waiting to see the audio, video, everything is in place, and we are ready to start. So Jono, you can switch on your video. So just a couple of minutes, he'll be right here, and we will be starting with the session. And the first topic that we are covering is going to be around the live aspect that we are talking about since so long. Just give me 1 minute and I'll share the exact topic with you. And we're just waiting for the speaker for the audio video, and then we'll start. And I hope everybody is all geared up. And if you're just ready to start and ready to learn, just give me a quick ready in the chat. And that would tell me a little bit of excitement. Oh, a lot of readies coming in. Thank you so much. The first session that we have is a very interesting topic, and that is how to have the perfect live podcast. And Jono is just here. Just in a moment, he's going to switch on his video. Jono, are you there? Can you switch on your video? Okay, I think he'll be back in a minute.
It looks like
Okay,
Jonah
here he is.
breakout room.
Awesome. Yes, so I'm back. It was all got a 10 out of 10 from Liz. So full marks.
Thank you so much, Jono. So our first speaker is here, and let me have the privilege to introduce him. Jono is the co-founder and director at Fitness Education Online, one of the world's largest providers of online courses for fitness professionals. Jono now helps other course creators sell more of their courses via the new business community that he has, that is Course Creator Community. And today, like I said, he will be sharing how to conduct the perfect live podcast interview. Welcome, Jono. Over to you.
Awesome. Thank you, Manmeet. Let me just do a bit of a check here so I can get my head around things. I'm 30 minutes from now. Is that correct, Manmeet? I got 30 minutes?
Yes. Yes.
Awesome. Now, can I see the chat as well? Can people, everyone watching, if you can just type hello down in the chat, just
yes,
so I
definitely.
can see.
You can see the chat. And about the questions, don't worry, I'll be monitoring it for you. Anybody who has any questions from Jono, just put it in the chat and I'll be monitoring it for him.
Awesome. All right. Beautiful. I'll share my screen, and just while I'm sharing, I might just do a few questions just so I can get a read of the room as well. Can everyone just comment below? Let me know whereabouts in the world you're watching it from. You can probably guess from my accent where I'm from. Can you guess where I'm from? Can you, Manmeet? It's probably an easy one, right? So, all right. What do you got? UK, Sweden, Belgium, Israel, Welsh in Turkey, Sydney, me too. North Carolina. I actually went to college in North Carolina. So it's got a special place in my heart. Awesome. Germany. All right. All over the world. New Zealand, one of my favorite places in the world because we always beat them at rugby. Awesome. All right. Cool. Gives me a good idea. I'm guessing everyone's a course creator. Can everyone just comment below and let me know what topic your course is? That way Manila, the Philippines. I love the Philippines too. Yeah, if everyone could just comment below, let me know what your course topic is so I can get my head around things a little bit. So music technology, Microsoft applications, human design, puppy school. Awesome. Okay, bit of a range there. Gardening, beautiful. All right, cool. So my topic is going to be all around how to conduct the perfect podcast interview. Let me also see where we're at with that. Who here has a podcast? Just comment yes or no down below so I know who has a podcast. So yes, no, yes, not yet, yes, no. Had one, stopped recently, not yet. Okay, so more no's with a few yeses. That is fine. Okay, a lot of soons. Okay, cool. Who's interested in starting one? Type yes or no down below. Yes. Okay, beautiful. No. All right, cool. If you're not interested, totally cool. Maybe you get some tips as well. Few maybes. Awesome. All right, cool. I'm going to dive right into it with my topic here, how to conduct the perfect live podcast interview. We're going to cover 4 different things today. I'm going to cover why a podcast. I'm going to cover how to find and invite guests. I'm going to cover the hardware and the software. And I'm going to cover the KBS, which is essentially the secret sauce about how to conduct the live interview. Just so I can get a bit of a read as well. Which one of those 4 things are you most interested in? So I can spend a little bit more time on it if needs be. Just comment down in the chat box, just a number, 1, 2, 3, and 4. And that way I know where to spend my time. Okay, so the why, 2, 2, 3, 4, 4, 4, 4, 4, 4. I love it how people are saying 4 because KBS, it's my favorite acronym. Awesome. All right, beautiful. Let's dive into it. So I got a bit of an introduction anyway. I've been in the course creation space since around 2014 with my company Fitness Education Online. I've currently got over 40 online courses, so I've been doing it a while, and my business generates about $1 million a year in revenue. So that's something I'm very proud of in that space over there. And now I've started working with other course creators. I've got one of the largest Facebook groups in the world for course creators. Is anyone in that group? Comment down below and let me know. Is anyone in my group, the Course Creator Community Group? Just type yes or no and let me know. If you're not, feel free to join. Okay, yeah, cool. Feel free. Yeah, Hannah's in there. Awesome. Cool. So all good. If you're not in the Facebook group, feel free to join. I just put the link in the chat there. And I've also got one of the most popular podcasts in the world for course creators. That's kind of my experience in the podcast space. Let's talk about the why. And one thing about me, if you haven't noticed, I like talking together as a group. I'm all about community. So yeah, let's get some answers as well. Those of you that are thinking of podcasting, what are some of the reasons why? Type it down in the chat box. So I've got a set of specific things that I recommend, but I'm curious to see what everyone else recommends. As you're typing them in there, I'm also going to run through mine kind of one by one, because a lot of them are different to what most people think. One of the major reasons why I recommend podcasting is networking. The amount of people that I've met via podcasting is like it's just been such a win in so many different ways. And I'll go through in a bit more detail in a sec why it can work. But like, you get to build these relationships that can help you with your business. Anyone that's like ever been an affiliate for me, I've met on a podcast, and anyone that I've affiliated for, I've met on a podcast as well. And that's one of the most common questions I get asked in the course creation space. People say, hey, where can I find affiliates? How can I find people that are going to sell my course? Well, hey, if you podcast, you get to connect with other heavy hitters, and that's a great way to find potential affiliates there. On top of that, learning, right? One of my favorite things, or one of my favorite reasons that I like podcasting is I learn, because I essentially pick guests that are heavy hitters in the space and I interview them on my podcast. It's essentially like free business coaching. So I release about one episode a week with a guest. And essentially what happens is I'm getting free business coaching every single week. So every week I'm learning something new. I'm adding to my skill set. I'm learning something new. I'm adding to my skill set. So those two things, even before we speak about like the lead generation and selling your courses and whatnot, those two things are enough on its own. Like for me, even if I didn't get any leads, I would podcast just to meet other heavy hitters in the space and just to get free business coaching essentially. But on top of that as well, it's also great for lead generation. So so in my Facebook group, I think I've got 7,000 course creators in there. About 25% come directly from my podcast. Because one of the questions I ask is, how did you hear about me? And about 25% are just like, hey, I searched your podcast, I found you, and now I'm in your Facebook group. So it's just a great way for lead generation. On top of that as well, it's good for lead nurture, because getting leads is good. Like let's even use this summit as an example. This summit could be an opportunity for me to get some leads, right? Some people might be like, oh, Jono, I'll join his group or join his list, whatever it may be. That's fine, but that's only the start. What's important as a course creator is you also need to nurture your leads as well. And podcasts are great for that. Not only will people find you, but they'll also consume your content. And podcast is one of the best ways to one of the best lead nurture strategies, because it's so timed. It's a large time duration. Like someone follows you on TikTok or Instagram, that's great. You might have their attention for 15 seconds before they scroll up and scroll up and scroll up. If someone listens to your podcast, they're listening to you for 30 minutes, 40 minutes, an hour. So it's one of the best lead generation strategies you've got. On top of that, positioning. It's like having a podcast is super easy. If we get time, we'll talk about the ways on how to do it as well. But it's like people think it's harder than what it is. Like anyone can set up a TikTok or a Facebook or Instagram. It's super easy. It's a little bit harder to set up a podcast. For that reason, there it positions you slightly differently, right? And the amount of opportunities I've had from having a podcast is amazing. Like people will just email me or DM me and be like, hey, you've got a podcast, can I pay you X amount of dollars to promote my thing? Or, hey, you've got a podcast, can you come and speak at my event? Or, hey, you're a podcast, you must be a heavy hitter. Like without even seeing the stats or anything like that, they just assume because you have a podcast that, you're somebody in the space. On top of that, it's very time efficient. I literally I do the interview with my guest. Once I find the guest, I do the interview for an hour, and then that's it. That's the only time I spend on my podcast. Yes, I have a virtual assistant that does some editing, but not much, and the uploading and whatnot. And we'll speak about that a little bit later. But it's one of the most time-efficient things I can do. I don't need to spend any time kind of thinking of the content and creating the content and, editing the content and then all of that stuff there. It's a very time-efficient way. It's also very cost-efficient. It's pretty much free. I'll go through the costs a little bit later. And then also content. And what I mean by that, not just content that you're putting out there, it's content that you can use elsewhere, all right? Like it could be as simple as, let's say in my Facebook group, every week I've got something to post. Hey guys, just released this podcast, comment below if you want the link, all right? Every week I've got something to email. Hey people, just released this podcast, click here to download it. It doesn't even need to be the full podcast. I can chop it up into little bits and I can use it for TikTok, Instagram Reels, Instagram Stories, Instagram Feed, YouTube. And it doesn't even need to be like directly from the podcast itself. If I'm interviewing someone else, I can take a point that they made and I can write a blog about it. I can write a Facebook post about it. I can do an Instagram Live, a Facebook Live, whatever it may be. Okay, so there, all the reasons to podcast, and which is why I pretty much recommend everyone here podcast. Do all those things make sense? Just comment yes below if all those things make sense, because I'm going to move on to the next thing here. Awesome. Beautiful. Okay, so if we're talking about the perfect interview, and here the perfect live podcast, here I'm going to be speaking mainly about the interview process, right? We want the perfect live interview. And one of the most important things is the guests, because you can be great yourself, but if your guest sucks, well, there's only so good that podcast can actually be. So here are my recommendations when finding guests, and I've got these in order as well. The best people to have on your podcast are other podcast hosts, because it kind of speaks for itself, right? They know what they're doing. They know what a podcast is. They should be pretty good at the interview on themselves. Their tech will be good. They know the drill. Podcast hosts are usually the very best people to have. And I'll even do a bit of an exercise in a sec as well, and we'll do some live stuff here. Podcast guests are also good as well. So let's say you're listening to a podcast and you hear a guest on that podcast that is really, really good. Great, reach out to that guest and they can be a guest on your podcast as well. Facebook group admins are usually pretty good as well, because Facebook groups are usually very community based, right? So people that own a Facebook group are very open to helping out other people and helping out the community, and very team based thing. So they're my top 3 there. You can also reach out to YouTubers, bloggers, TikTokers, Instagrammers as well. I find they're still good, but I find they're not as good as the top 3, because usually if you're like an Instagram, TikTok, blogger, YouTube, you're a bit more kind of focused on your own content, whereas the 3 above are a bit more community-based there. We might even let me think if we do an exercise here. Does anyone want to do, actually, we'll go to that later. We'll see how we go with time. So, they're who I recommend, but there's very specific reasons why I recommend these people here. Has anyone got any ideas? Comment down below. Why have and just throw some guesses out there. Why do you think these sorts of people are very good guests? Let's get some discussion going in the chat box. I'll show you the exact reasons over the slide. Yeah, already expert topics. Yes, Catherine's got it. Spreading the word. And you were right as well, Terry. But Catherine's got a good point. Spreading the word, creating more connection with you. Because the one down point to a podcast is it's hard to grow organically. It's not like, Instagram and TikTok and that kind of stuff there where you can post and people find you and there's feeds and hashtags and people, comment below and tag their friends and whatever. Like, it's a little bit harder to do that in the podcast space. So one of the best way to grow is people that already have your audience. This is the ideal situation here, right? And yeah, these are all good answers here. The major reason why I do it though, are these people already have your audience. So what's going to happen is, let's say I find a heavy hitter who's also got a podcast. I get them on my show there. Ideally, once my episode with them goes live, they're going to share it with their audience, and then my podcast grows and my audience grows. On top of that, they might return the favor. So not only will that podcast host share my podcast with their audience, they might ask me to be a guest on their podcast. And that's another way for me to grow as well. Even if they're not a podcast host, maybe they're a Facebook group admin, for example, and they don't have a podcast, that's fine. I have them as a guest on my podcast, and maybe I can do a live training in their Facebook group or whatever it may be there. And then also potential for collaboration, right? Maybe they share your episode, maybe you're a guest on their show or their Facebook group, whatever it may be, but also maybe there's collaboration. Maybe they can email their list and share your lead magnet. Maybe they can email their list and also promote your course as well, right? That's why we want to have those sorts of people there. On top of all the other reasons that are mentioned there as well, they're content creators, they're experts, they've got confidence, right? What's important though is how we actually get these people on here. And a lot of the time it's easier than what you think. And actually, it's probably a good question. Is anyone hesitant to reach out to people to be a guest on their show? Just comment yes or no down below. And if you don't have a show yet, I guess the question would then be, would you be hesitant to ask a stranger that you don't know? So Shelley says no, that's great. Darlene says yes. Terry says a little bit. Yeah, some people can be, right? Here's the exact step-by-step that I use that works works 99% of the time. So if I find someone that I want to be a guest on my show, the first thing I do is I connect with them on social. So let's just use a podcast host as an example, but this could be anything, an Instagrammer, I'll cover that question when we do Q&A at the end, Diana. I'll cover that question there. So, pause that question there and I'll get to it later. So yeah, let's just say you found someone that you want to be a guest on your show. You heard them on a podcast, or they're a podcast host or a Facebook group admin, whatever it may be. First thing I do is I connect with them on social. So I find out their name. I usually add them on Facebook and LinkedIn as well. I'm not much of an Instagrammer, but you could follow them on Instagram as well. I just personally prefer Facebook and LinkedIn. So I'll connect with that person there. And I find most people use one of those two. Some people use Facebook for business. Some people don't. If they don't use Facebook for business, they usually use LinkedIn. All right, so that's the first thing. I'll connect with that person there. Next thing I do is I send them a DM. I don't try and pitch them as a guest straight away. I just basically say, hey, I'm a fan of your show. All right, so I connect them on social. I send them a DM and I'll say, hey, Diana, just wanted to connect. I listen to your podcast and I love it. Or hey, Diana, I'm in your Facebook group and I love it. You do an awesome job of keeping that community. That's it. All right, I just connect on social, send a DM, just basically saying I like what they do. I'll then interact with their content for a little bit. I'll like their posts. I'll, vote on their polls. I'll, leave a comment on their stuff, whatever it may be. I'll interact with their content for a week or a couple of weeks, whatever it may be. And then I follow up and ask if they'd like to be a guest. I'll say, hey, Diana, I've been following you a while now. I actually have a podcast of my own. I'd love for you to be a guest on there. Is that something you'd be interested in? Right? Can everyone see how if we structure it like that, the guest will be way more likely to say yes than if you just, randomly reached out and asked them. Everyone on the same page there? Just comment yes if all that makes sense there. And feel free to take a screenshot of that if you like as well. Awesome. Sorry. And then step 5 is Calendly. Does everyone use Calendly or some sort of booking link? If not, get it ASAP, because it just makes things so much easier with podcasting, especially if you're podcasting with people all over the world, like we are here. It's 7 a.m. or 7, what is it? It's almost 8 p.m. over here in Sydney, Australia. It's probably, 5 a.m. over in London. I think someone heard, use Zenler. Yeah, exactly. Beautiful. Awesome. So that's the inviting the step, guests kind of things. Now, once we've got someone to say yes, we also need the appropriate hardware and software. And this is what can turn a lot of people off, but it's actually so easy these days. It used to be a little bit harder. Now it's super easy. The first thing is a microphone, right? And here's there's a couple things here. And actually, I'll ask a question. Who here has a microphone already? And you use the microphone to when you're recording your course and that sort of stuff? Type yes or no down below. Blue Yeti, yes, Shelley, that's mine too. Awesome. Yep. Okay, cool. So most people have microphones here anyway. I think everyone has. Okay, cool. A couple of people don't. If you don't have a microphone, you don't even need one. Even now on this webinar here, I'm not using a microphone. As long as I'm in a quiet space, there's no kind of, dogs barking or kids crying or, police sirens going off. Oh, yes, Tracy, the Rode mic is my favorite for portable. All right. But the Rode mic is a little bit more expensive as well. But either way, the point I'm making here, you don't even really need a microphone. I'd recommend one, but it's not even a necessity. If you've got absolutely $0, you can get your podcast started without a microphone. If you do want to get a microphone, I recommend the Blue Yeti, because at that price there, it's give or take about $150. It's better than anything cheaper, and it's cheaper than anything better. Even if you have more money. If I heard a podcaster say this the other day, if you had $500, I would not buy a microphone for $500. I would buy the Blue Yeti for $150, and then I would spend the $300 on ads and that kind of stuff there. Yeah. Awesome. Software Calendly, I mentioned that in terms of booking. There's a free version, or even the paid version is about $15. With all these things here, I do recommend the paid version if possible, because there's extra features. You can send text messages and reminders and that sort of stuff there. But even the free version of Calendly is pretty good. In terms of software, I'm a huge Zoom fan. They've recently changed around. You used to be able to podcast with the free version of, or everyone here's on Zenler anyway. So you can use Zenler for your, I guess it depends on the version of Zenler that you're on. But in terms of software, you can either use Zoom, where there's free version, or I think even the paid one's $20 or whatever it may be. Or if you're using Zenler, there's obviously options there as well. In terms of editing software, You don't even really need to edit a podcast as well. And this is what turns a lot of people off the podcasting, is the editing side of things. I don't do any editing. I do have a virtual assistant, but even still, she does very little editing. All she really does is like add an intro on there, add the outro, and then, you know, upload it to Buzzsprout. That's pretty much all the editing that needs to be done. She can do it in, 5-10 minutes. But even if you didn't want to do that, if you're just getting started and you're like, oh, this editing, throws me off, you can just do the podcast without any editing. You just get on there, you do the podcast, and happy days. All right. In terms of the actual platform, I recommend Buzzsprout. All right. There's plenty of them out there. There's there's Anchor, there's SoundCloud, there's Lisbon, like there's all these different options here. I've mucked around with a lot of them, and Buzzsprout is by far the best. And just if you're not familiar with how podcasts kind of work, is what happens is you don't upload a podcast to iTunes or Apple Podcast or Spotify. You upload it to like a third-party platform, and then that platform uploads it to all the other platforms. So you would upload your podcast to Buzzsprout, and then Buzzsprout would upload your podcast to, all the different ones out there. Okay. Does that make sense in terms of hardware and software? Just comment yes or no down below and let me know if you're with me. And if you have any questions with software, type them down below. I'll either get to them now or I'll cover them down later. The only thing here, if you're doing the perfect live interview, is you may need to call the guest on their audio. So if they're a podcaster, their audio will be good. If they're a course creator, their audio will probably be good as well. But if someone's not really in that space, sometimes their audio just sucks. And like they, boys, I don't really use it, Terry, to be honest. Like I do zero editing myself. My virtual assistant just uses Audacity or GarageBand. So you may need to call the guest on their audio, because what happens sometimes is you get a guest on there and they're in a coffee shop or, okay, gotcha. Yeah, I don't use it, Terry. So, they might be in a coffee shop or they might have kids running around or whatever. You may need to call your guest on their audio and essentially say, hey, Terry, look, I can't really hear. Can you get in a quieter space, or do you have a headset, or do you have a microphone, or whatever it may be? Okay. Now we're going to get to the KBS. This is kind of the secret sauce in terms of making sure that the interview is good. It's 3 different words. Does anyone want to take a guess? So KBS stands for 3 different words. Anyone want to take a guess what those 3 words are? Just comment down below and let me know. K, B, and S. No. Okay. Knowledge. Okay. Building. Good guesses. Good guesses, Sharon. Good guesses. It actually stands for this. It stands for KISS, but strategy. Okay. That's my whole strategy to making sure that it's the perfect live interview. And it can also be called the KAS as well. I'm sure we can guess what the letter A stands for there. And this is what I mean by that. Your job as the podcast host is to make your guest feel like an absolute rock star, right? The better they feel on your show, the more likely they are to promote the episode, to want to return, to have you on their show, to collaborate with you, right? And to do that, all it comes down to is like a little bit of preparation on your behalf. I've broken it down to like before, during, and after. In terms of before, there's 3 very specific questions that I ask my guests before we go live. So like, they've got the Zoom link, they jump on Zoom. Before I hit record, I ask them these questions here. I say, hey, I want to make this Shelley, I want to make this as much of a win for you as possible. Anything in particular you'd like to promote on this podcast here, right? Can everyone see how that's a good question, right? Where you go on someone else's show and the first thing they ask you is, hey, so-and-so, what would you like to promote, right? Already it's kind of like, even if the rest of the podcast is crap, these people are going to be like, oh, this person let me promote on his show. I'm going to return the favor and let him do it there. I also ask this here. Is there anything off limits, anything that I shouldn't bring up, right? Now, most people don't say anything to that. Some people bring up money. if it's like, oh, I just don't want people to know how much money I'm making or whatever it is, which is cool. But most people don't kind of ask anything there. But it's just a nice question to ask. It just makes the person be like, oh, cool, this person isn't going to put me on the spot live. They're not going to put any pressure on me. And the final one is, hey, I like to go for about 35, 40 minutes. In case we go over, do you have a hard out? All right. Because that's one of the things when you're doing like a live podcast with someone, sometimes the conversation is going well and you want to keep it going, but you've gone over that kind of, that mark there. And it's kind of that awkward thing. You're like, oh, I want to keep going, but do I want to talk? Do I want to cut this person off? Or, what if they've got something after? And, I've been in that situation before as well, where I've been on a podcast and it's kind of going. And I'm like, hey, I got to go. So it's just a nice question to ask that there. Okay. Everyone happy with those 3 questions there? Take a screenshot of them if you like, because they're the 3 questions where if you ask beforehand, before you even start the podcast, your person, the guest is going to be like, wow, this person is really taking care of me. Okay. And then obviously run through the plan as well. So I've got kind of different kind of strategies I use with the podcast. And I'll run through some of them in a sec as well, but I'll let the person know what I'm going to do. All right. So let's say, for example, on the Course Creator Community podcast, usually I interview other successful course creators. So I run them through the plan. I'm like, hey, Shelley, here's what we're going to do. The first thing I'm going to do is introduce you and then you're going to tell a bit of a story about how you got into courses. Then I'm going to ask you what kind of marketing you do and how people find out about you. Then I'm going to ask you what kind of like sales you do to get your followers to actually buy the course. Then I'm going to ask you like what course platform you use and what tech you use. And then to finish off, I'm going to ask like who your mentors have been and what books you recommend other people read. Is that all right with you? Does that work with you? Any questions with that? All right. Or if it's not that kind of interview, if it's more someone that just wants to share their story, then what I say is kind of like, all right, Shelley, look, when we go live, what I'm going to do, I'm going to give you a bit of an introduction. Then I'm going to hand it over to you. I'm just going to say, hey, Shelley, you're just a question, Shelley, what do you do? Comment down below now, just so I can use you as a bit of example. Yeah, or even anyone else, just so I can use you as an example. Just type your course topics in again, just so I can use some people as examples for this next kind of part here. So, yep. So I might use music tech because that's an easier one. Oh, actually, I might use Lucky public speaking. That's an easy one there. I might be like, what, Lucky, you're the expert when it comes to public speaking. So, I'm going to give you a bit of an introduction. Then I'm just going to hand it over to you. And you can just spend like the next, 25, 35 minutes just kind of going step by step on what people should do if they want to get better at public speaking. Let them know what's the first thing, what's the second thing, what's the third thing, and I'll just chime in if needs be. Okay. But either way, the message there is more just like, make sure you run through the plan with the person so they know what to expect. So I'm just going to read Hannah's question here. Great questions, Jono. So is it just a basic interview like questions or run through? So beforehand, I literally what I said there is pretty much so yeah, this is like I do this just before I go live with the person. Let's say they're booked at 8 p.m. to do a podcast with me. They'll come on at 8 p.m. The first 5 minutes, I just essentially ask them these questions here, make sure they're good to go live. Once they've said, yep, I'm happy with those 3 or 4 things there, then I hit record and we go live. Okay. Does that make sense, Hannah? Awesome. All right. I'm going to fly through this next little bit because I think I'm a bit short on time. Where do you store your recordings? So I store them on Google Drive. So I've got Google Drive. I've got the paid thing. So it's just like, so I can pretty much have as much things as I want there. I've got a folder that's like, the date that it's going to release. Once I press stop for the record, I upload the podcast to Google Drive, and then my virtual assistant knows to upload it to Google. So, hey, just with the admins, can you let me know how much time I've got here? Because I think I started a little bit early. I've probably got about 5 minutes left. Am I cool to go for another 5 minutes, and then we get to Q&A? If admins can just let me know down there. So
Sure, John.
Awesome. Yeah, about 5 minutes is cool.
Yes. You can go up to 5 to 7 minutes as well. That's okay.
Beautiful. All right, cool. The other important thing when doing the live interview is the intro. So we've positioned, before we hit record, we make sure the person's comfortable. They're like, all right, this guy is professional. He knows his stuff. He's looking after me. That's great. The next thing we can do to make this person feel really good is give him a good introduction. And I might even use someone as a volunteer here. Can I get someone as a volunteer? Just type type yes if I can use you as a volunteer, and I'll show you what I would do live. Okay, Shelley, can you just put the link to your website and your LinkedIn down below? And I might stop sharing my screen here. Okay, cool. Let me see if I can get this here. So Miss Office Maestro. Can I copy this? Oh, I don't think I can copy it. Let's see. Okay. So what I want to do with the intro is make that person. So this is Shelley, by the way. If anyone wants to, if anyone wants to go from panicked problem solver to calm angel on your executive shoulder, Shelley's the person, all right? I would essentially just go here. The person usually has like an about. Okay. Yeah. And I would essentially, this would be exactly what my intro would be, right? I'd be like, all right, hello, people. Welcome to the Course Creator Community Podcast. I'm your host, Jono, and I am super excited because we have an absolute rock star on the line this week. And I know I say that about every guest every week, but this person actually is a rock star when it comes to this space here. A little bit about this person. She can hold an audience attention from start to finish with authority, high energy, and humor. She's able to simplify the mysteries of Microsoft 365 and share practical know-how so people leave with a way to do things easier, faster, and greater confidence. Without further ado, let me introduce the one and only Ms. Shelley Fisher, right? I make sure I give that person a really good introduction there to once again make them feel good about themselves there. I then say, hey, Shelley, before we get into the actual topic, let me know a little bit about yourself. And then I also plug their promo straight away, right? Because what can happen with podcasts a lot of the time is the host will only plug the podcast, plug their freebie, like right at the end of the episode. And let's be honest, most people don't listen to the full podcast episode, right? Because they listen to it while they're driving or, whatever it may be. So what I recommend doing is plugging their promo straight away at the start, right? So I would say, hey, that's great. Hey, and also for those of you listening, here's Shelley's free thing here. Go to her website and go check it out. Anyway, let's get to the topic today. Okay, they're my tips for the intro. Just take a screenshot there if you like those things there, and I'll move on. During the actual podcast, the goal is just to get that person talking as much as possible. Right? Because we all know, most people's favorite topic is themselves. They like talking about themselves. We want to make sure that we give them that opportunity there. And also, for those of you that are single, that's good dating advice as well. I learned that one the hard way, but that's essentially what we want to do. And we just chime in where needs be and adds value. We also want to make sure that we keep the audience in mind. A common problem that, or common thing that podcasters have is they'll have a guest on their podcast and it ends up just being a conversation between the interviewer and the guest, which is fine. That's kind of what you're doing, but you also want to keep your audience in mind. So what I mean by that is you may be an expert in the matter, the guest may be an expert in the matter, and you may be talking about you may be talking about a topic that both of you understand, but the guest doesn't understand it. Right. So let me use let's use course creators as an example. If I'm speaking to other course creators, we can say, oh yeah, I just use Zenler to do this and I use Zenler to do that. But if someone isn't a course creator, like they don't know what Zenler is, right? So we need to make sure that we're keeping the audience in mind as well. Okay. And then the conclusion, I always give the guest an opportunity to plug at the end. So even though we mentioned their freebie at the start, what I do at the end is I usually say, right, Terry, that's pretty much all I wanted to cover today. I'm sure there's going to be a lot of people listening to this that are like, this woman is awesome. She knows her stuff. Where's the best place we can go to follow you? All right. So I also give the guest an opportunity to give themselves a bit of a plug at the end. And then the last question I always ask is there anything I should have asked you but forgot to? Or is there anything you want to finish us off with? Right? Because a lot of the time as a guest on the podcast, the episode ends and you're like, oh man, I really wanted to talk about that, or I really wanted to mention that, and you just don't get the opportunity because the host cuts it off. But if you as the host ask that question there, it always gives that guest an opportunity to, to finish off. Okay. Yep. And then that's kind of the episode there. And then just afterwards, all I really do then, like, we hit stop, it is the interview's ended. Then I'm just like, hey, Terry, that was awesome. Hey, thanks so much for being a guest. Is there anything I can do to help you out? Okay. So yes. And if you put and can everyone see that? Can everyone see how if you put all of these things together, and I'll just do a quick recap from here, where it's kind of like, if you ask them if you ask them these things beforehand, if you give them a really good intro and plug their promo straight away at the start of the thing, during the podcast, you get them talking as much as possible about themselves. At the end of the podcast, you give them the opportunity to give themselves a bit of a plug at the end as well. Also ask them that question if there's anything you should have asked but didn't. And then afterwards, you ask them if you can help them out. Can everyone see how that would be an amazing experience for the guest, and they would be way more likely to share your episode, have you on their show, and collaborate with you? Does that make sense, everyone? Just comment yes down below if all that makes sense. Awesome. All right, guys. Well, that's pretty much all I wanted to cover for today. I think we've got reading here, Shelley. So that's pretty much all I wanted to cover for today. I think we've got some Q&A here. So let's
Thank you so much, Jono.
What was that,
Thank you so much. I have kept a lot of questions for you that I was looking at the chat. And right now as well, whoever has any questions that you could not ask while Jono was taking the sessions, please put them in the chat. We will cover them one by one as much as time allows. First of all, thank you so much for the wonderful presentation. There was a lot of learning that I'm taking home today. Thank you so much.
No dramas.
The first question one of the users asked was, how do you get into the podcast space and get seen when you are just new to podcasting and you're just starting?
Yes, awesome question. Okay, so the most important thing when it comes to getting found is actually the name of your podcast, right? Now, I will even share my screen. I'm just going to use like Apple as an example, because this is where most kind of people listen to podcasts, but you could use Spotify as well. So let's just say whoever kind of asked that topic there, or even anyone, let's just say we're in the course creator space, right? Because that's the space that I'm in. I know that if you're a course creator and you're looking for a podcast, you're going to type words in like course creator, right? If I type course creator, all the podcasts that come on are people that have it in their name. You can see my one there, the course creator community, right? Or maybe they don't write course creator, maybe they write course creation, right? I still come up there because if you see the name of my podcast, it's, the course creator community podcast, online courses, course creation, and membership sites. I think I've got it, right? Same thing here. If someone typed in online course, right, I'm still going to come up there as well. So that's kind of like the easiest way to get found at the start. You want to make sure that you name your podcast something that's SEO optimized. So that way people are kind of finding you regularly there. The other major thing you want to do is get other people to share your podcast. That's where the guests work in really well. You want to get people that already have your audience and they share your show there. And then also just your own social media as well. I'm not sure who asked that question if you've already got a social media following. If you do, great, plug it to your own social media following there. If you don't have your own social media following, there may be like other groups on Facebook that allow you to promote on certain days and whatnot. You can also plug it there as well. But they're probably my three biggest tips there. Number one is name it appropriately. Number one, get guests on the show and treat them like rock stars so they do actually share it. And then number three, plug it on social media as much as possible.
I think that was a really good advice. And what I got from there is it's basically the keywords. The terms are different. We do it differently for the website, differently for Instagram, and differently for YouTube. And here again on the podcast as well, it's the keywords that we have to focus on to get more featured organically. Exactly.
And even if we go deeper a bit that, so on and like all the different places where you can have the keywords. So let's say in the podcast, you can have it in the title of the podcast. You can also have it in your name as well. I think mine's got Jono Petrohilos, online marketing specialist or something is my name. And then also in like the description of the podcast as well. And if you can you don't want to overdo the keywords, so it's just keywords everywhere. But if you can have those keywords sprinkled in, you're just more likely to be found.
Just the appropriate, however it is to people, just the appropriate amount of keywords.
Yes, exactly.
We have one more question, and that was exactly my question as well. So the user is saying, what's the payment reality with podcasting? Is it all based on potential for favors, or there is some real payment as well?
Yes, good question. So you've got a few different options there. So you can either like sell your own courses on there. So most people, a lot of people will use their podcast as just a lead generation strategy, right? So it's kind of like, and that's one thing I do in my podcast. I use it as a lead generation strategy, but then I sell my courses to those people there. So that's one pathway you can do it on. That way you're not technically getting paid to be a podcaster, right? That way it's more just like an avenue that you can use to sell your own courses there. There is also podcast sponsorship as well, right? I don't do a lot of that, but people do reach out to me. And if someone reaches out, it's like a slam dunk. Yes, it's free money, and what you can charge basically depends on the amount of listeners that you've got, also your social media following as well. Is it a pre-roll ad? Is it a post-roll ad? Is it to be a guest on the show there? But yeah, there are sponsorship options as well. Buzzsprout used to allow it internally as well. They did it as like a beta thing, because the tricky part with sponsorships, there's a couple of things. People may reach out to you and say, hey, can I sponsor your podcast? And you can say, yes, it's X amount of dollars. Here we go. You can also find people as well, so, I can go out and reach people in the course creator space or in the fitness space and say, hey, would you like to sponsor my podcast? Yada, yada, yada. But it is a little bit of work involved if you're reaching out. Buzzsprout released like a beta version where like they had a list. You could just tick a box and say, yes, advertise on my podcast. And then they would, put ads on your podcast. It wasn't a lot. I got paid maybe $40-50 a month for letting other people promote there. But it was a little bit of payment as well. So they're your options. You can either use your podcast to sell your own courses. You can get sponsors. It's either you reaching out to people or people reaching out to you. Or there may be some platforms that'll pay you a few bucks to run ads on your podcast.
There's one more way that I've seen very common on these Facebook groups, that is that people have an audience, they have numbers on their platform, and they put out a post. We're looking for, let's say, Women's Day is around, so we're looking for women entrepreneurs to feature them on our page, our podcast, and then they'll put a fee upfront that you pay the fee and then you become interviewed. So is that also a part of healthy podcasting? And how do you decide whether I should pay for this particular podcast or not?
Yes, good question. So you're saying from the guest now, Manmeet, you're saying if I'm a guest, should I pay for that podcast?
Yes, exactly. As an interviewee.
Yeah, awesome, cool. So you've got basically two things there. So you can either do it via like, obviously it's got to be specific to your audience. Like if it's very specific to your audience, then, great, go for it. Apart from that, it's just really size, right? Now, the thing with podcasts is it can be hard to know how popular a podcast is, because it's like, it doesn't have likes and comments and that kind of stuff there. But you can get a bit of a gauge for it. I'll just go and share again. Let's say I'm on, and there are apps as well, like there's sites as well, Listen Notes and that sort of thing where you can get it. But just a really quick one you can do is check the reviews. So let's say, does anyone know Jarks Hopkins? He's a good friend of mine, and that's another podcast I recommend everyone listen to. But if I scroll down the bottom, I can see the amount of reviews, right? And that's a way I can kind of check there. Also, just one thing to note with Apple, these reviews are only in your own country. So in Australia, if someone's got 17 reviews, that's pretty good. Let's say if I was to pick a smaller podcast, let's see, I'm just going to take, these are all big ones. Maybe. We have a look here. This one doesn't have any reviews. So that's kind of a way we can, we can judge to see how popular the podcast is.
Absolutely, got it. And we have one more question coming from Alice, that is podcast subscription. Is that a thing?
Yes, 100%. So if we go back here as well, you've got a few different options with the description. So you've either got like, you've got the description of the actual, where are we? So we've got the description of the actual podcast here, right? And you can use that obviously to insert your keywords, but also like to entice the listener to listen there. And then also for the episodes as well, right? You've got a description there for each episode. But yes, it is a thing.
Okay.
Oh, subscription. I read that wrong. So I'm not 100% sure about these. I'm sure there's probably a way. I don't have a subscription for my podcast. I did. Oh, you know what? So, OnlyFans. Oh, our super fan. I thought it said OnlyFans. Wait, what was I going with this subscription? Yeah, there is a way, Alice. It's called private podcasts. I had a guest on my show that there's a specific platform for it. Maybe message me after, Alice, and I'll give you the name. But there was a guest on my podcast, and you can probably search it if you want. Private podcast is what it's called, and then you can, the only people that see that podcast are the ones that pay for it there. Patreon, yeah. Oh, you can obviously do it like that as well, but there is a specific podcast there. Key metrics, just basically downloads, Rakesh. Like how many people are listening to it. Obviously you can also go in and see how much of the episode are they listening to, which is another good one as well. But the major one for me is just downloads.
Thank you so much. We have just one last question before we wrap up the first session, and that is one of the users had posted, could you please just elaborate the acronym KBS a little more?
Oh.
Like what does it stand for?
Yeah, exactly. So it stands for Kiss Butt Strategy. Maybe that's an Australian term. Like in Australia, if you say like you're going to kiss someone's butt, it basically means, do you have that term where you're from as well, Manmet? Do you know what that means?
Yes, yeah, I do.
Okay. Yeah, cool. So basically just means suck up to the person there, right? So KBS, Kiss Butt Strategy, right? It just basically means suck up to the guest. Yeah, exactly.
All right. Thank you so much, Jono. I'm sure all the users that are listening to us today have taken a lot of learning back home. And so have I. Thank you so much for your time and for being here and sharing your knowledge with us. Thank you so much.
Awesome. No dramas. Thank you, Manmeet.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
And real quick before you go, Jono, why don't you tell everybody where they can find you?
Yes. So best thing is definitely my Facebook group. I've just put the link down there in the chat. I'll put it again down there. So just join that Facebook group there. There's obviously the podcast as well. It's called the same thing, the Course Creator Community Podcast. But once you join my group, you're kind of in my world.
Yay. Thank you very much. So happy you were here today.
Thank you so much. So that was a wonderful session. And everybody who wants to start a podcast, this is your time. You've taken back the points, how to do it, and what is the right way to do it. Now we have our second guest who has been on Zenler quite a lot of times. And like David mentioned, our super fan is the second speaker. We have Tracy with us. Tracy, are you able to switch on your camera? Oh, yes, I can see you. And is your audio working?
Yes, it should be working.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for being here.
No, it's great to be here. I've got to follow Jono now. I've done some of Jono's courses and in his group, listened to some of his podcasts as well. So, yes, Jono's a great podcaster and has lots of information.
That's amazing.
And definitely a fellow Aussie, but time difference. There is a time difference.
Yes, today everybody is joining it at a different time. Alice started the session at 4 a.m. her time, and there were a couple of people who were with her. So everybody has a different time zone today. So without taking much time, let me have the privilege of introducing you to everyone. Tracy is a self-taught tech geek who loves the challenge of learning software and making it perform to suit her two businesses that she has. She has had a retail site since 2001 on various platforms, as has been fully committed to Zenler for her online education membership business. And Tracy today is going to be sharing another very interesting topic, especially focusing on the summit. She's going to be sharing her Evergreen Live Summit marketing model. So welcome, Tracy.
Thank you for the welcome and the introduction. So yes, do you want me to go straight in? Johanna,
Yes,
there is
please.
a replay for all sessions, by the way.
Please take over. For the question and answers, everybody who is listening to your talk will put the questions in the chat. I will keep an eye on that, and I'll keep the questions for you towards the Q&A session. So you just have to do your session. I'll moderate the question and answers for you.
Fine. Thank you so much. I will now work out how to share part of my screen so I can understand this. And hopefully yeah, that would work better. So everybody can see and what's on the screen. I really struggle with Zoom because I can't see what I'm
Yes,
what you're
it looks good, Tracy. We see it.
Excellent.
Yes.
I was just saying to Liz before, the tech side of it, yep, I'm not perfect on all of that. And using the Zenler slideshows, they're beautifully done in Canva, but they'll only convert either to PDF or PowerPoint, and I'm used to using Google Slides. So that all works fine. So very quickly, a lot will know me from the Facebook group. I do jump in. I like to answer questions. And I'll just preempt that on the reason why I jump in and answer questions in the Facebook group, which is such a fantastic community for this software. Every time I answer a question, I'm learning something. And sometimes I go and I find the answer. If I don't know it straight away, it challenges me to go and find the answer in the tutorials. So anybody that's here, never ever be afraid to, if someone else asks a question, even if you're not, it's not something that you're going to be using right now on your site, go and find the answer, because A, it teaches you how to search in the tutorials and be familiar with what's in there. And B, you never know when you're going to need that answer yourself. So that's the reason why I am so prolific in the group, answering those questions, because it keeps me right up to date with everything that Zenler has been doing. And yeah, I'm a bit of a tech geek, and I love knowing the answer. And if I don't know the answer, I like to find out, or I wait for someone that's even better than me to come up with the answers that people have. And some of the questions lead you onto different ways you can use the platform as well. So today though, what I've offered to share with you is something that I do personally. So I'm a course creator, but I don't help other people create their courses. And a lot of people, I think, today are in that area where their area of expertise is assisting others to be course creators in different ways. And some of them I'm really excited to be able to sit in and listen and take part in this summit, because all of those aspects are really, really important when we start in this game of presenting online. So my topic is my Evergreen Live Summit marketing model. So I first invested in Zenler way back in 2019, before they had the live aspect available. And just explaining what exactly is an Evergreen Live Summit, is It's intended to stay open for registrations over the long term. So it never closes for registrations, and it allows live talks and content to be shared and or published every so often. So in my case, I have for one of my businesses, one of my memberships, I have an extended up to 90-minute session once a month that people register for so that they can attend live. And it's a very focused topic, and it's not something thanks, Hannah. It's not something that I would say any of you guys would be interested in my topic, because it is very, very niche. It's actually about a computerized quilting system. So I'm the Australian dealer for a particular brand of long arm quilting machines, and also a computer system that can be installed on these long arm quilting machines. So all different brands. And I sell these to my customers for them to run their own home-based business. So I'm definitely a mentor, but more face-to-face in the past. But with the IntelliQuilter, there's probably only 2,500 systems out there around the world, and there are dealers everywhere. But when COVID hit, well, actually I started this only 2 months before COVID hit, and on another platform. And when COVID hit, everything changed for me and for everybody. I couldn't even get to travel to install these systems and get people going. So the summit was born. It was on a different platform at that time, but people could register at any time. They could always attend live for free. And I did give them the replay for a specific period of time. In the beginning, it was 24 hours, but I've cut that back to 12 hours now. And they get email notifications to attend each live event. And then they could actually subscribe and pay a fee to be able to access all of the previous live events, and often they went with giveaways and extra content as well. So they were permanent replays. So that was the concept of my Evergreen Live Summit. But why would I need to do that? Because, of course, if people show up live, they're not paying me. But what I did it mainly because they are my customers, and it's in my best interest to show my expert status in this field. And of course, I needed to grow an email list if I wanted to go global. Of course, I've got all those customers here in Australia and some in New Zealand as well. But I needed to pivot and get a much broader audience. And this is what this has allowed me to do. So I can, to build your list, though, you really need to build those relationships first. So they have to be able to trust you. They have to believe that you are an expert in your field. And to do that, you actually need to provide some really excellent content. And it has to be valuable, and it has to be right. It has to be correct. In my situation, being creative and simplifying things so that other people can follow along with the software certainly has grown and grown and grown. But the biggest thing I've learned is communication. So communication in your emails, in announcing each monthly live to get the numbers in that you want to come. Now, I've built this up now in that 2.5 years to 700-800 people now that are specifically on that email list, specifically for that software. Now, that's not bad when there's less than 2,500 systems out there. Excellent. Right, there is a message from Hannah that's private message. I'm not sure if you meant that. And I will expand on it for now. So Hannah has asked, how would I define excellent content? And I define it as exactly what I would show somebody face to face, how to physically do something within this software step by step so that they can achieve the same outcome on their own system at home. So that is really important. They need to know the step-by-steps, and watching me physically move around the software and create something and execute it, then that would be what I call excellent content. Some people would pay a lot of money for that when they go and do a class face-to-face. In the quilting, in the business quilting world, that could be $300-400 for a 6-hour class. And that's what we do when we do a hands-on class at an event. I'll just sidestep just for a little bit on why I call myself an expert in this field. Back in 2010, I actually did create a face-to-face event here in Australia. It was an international event. It was held at the Adelaide Convention Centre. That's our capital city, which is a very prestigious venue. I had 90-odd classes presented by 30-odd teachers from around the world. 300-odd students would fly in from New Zealand and all over Australia for a 4-day event, and trying to squeeze in all of these classes, and they were mostly hands-on or a demo lecture. Plus, I had a shopping mall or a vendor hall with all the key businesses, companies in this industry here in Australia attending, so that the general public that was also able to come in could both view some beautiful quilts, but they could go shopping and they could test drive all of these different sewing machines, both the smaller ones and the long arm machines. And to give you some sort of perspective, currently with the Aussie dollar, these all machines will come from America. Currently with the Aussie dollar, one of these machines without a computer system is worth about $36,000, and the computer system all on its own is $26,000. So we're talking serious quilters here that are investing in this sort of equipment to run their own home-based business. So that is what I used to do. And I did that for 10 years over 5 events. And I think I was pretty lucky because I actually sold that event in 2019 before I started Machine Quilting Academy online. And that is really probably a bit more of my story. Okay, let's moving on to why I have chosen Zenler and how it has really taken off once the Zoom Live was introduced to the platform. So the biggest advantage for me by swapping over from my previous Summit platform and webinar software was the automations. I could not control the look or the feel of the previous platform's automations. There was no statistics, there was no reports you could get, and with Zenler it just works. It really does. So the Zenler live sessions, even now they're still improving all the time, and with the calendar now as well. But the whole concept is that if you sign up to my IQ Summit, is what I've called it, they can choose to purchase either a free pass or a paid subscription, and anybody and everybody can attend that live session for free. I get their email because they need to register if they want to be able to watch the replay for up to 12 hours. Now, I'm a little bit sneaky with that one because I run these at 9 a.m. my time in South Australia, which is later in the afternoon, evening in the US and Canada. It doesn't suit, I've got a couple of UK members, but sadly it really doesn't suit them. But the bulk of my subscribers are either Australian or the US. Actually, there's more from the US than there is from Australia. So by doing this, all the Aussies get all day to watch the replay, because at 9 a.m. till 9 p.m. But the Americans across the pond, it's usually about 4:30, I think, is the earliest time it works out to be in the States. And then, of course, you've got to 4:30 a.m. to watch that replay. So that's probably a little bit sneaky, but we all know that we're a global community, and there's plenty of times that I have to get up in the middle of the night too if I really want to watch something as well for that one. So that is sort of my concept, and this is the IQ Summit and how I work it. So this is how the course pricing shows up. And I am still using the live interactive webinars for this. I could have changed over to the live webinars, but you know what? I've done so many of these now. It's just easy to clone a course and simply update every time I want to create the next one. And often I'm flying by the seat of my pants and I'm only getting it up there 10 days before and then start to do the marketing. And then I sort of work out all the content leading up to it. So the whole concept here is if you get a free pass, you only get the live classes and the replay for 12 hours. So you get to participate in all live classes. So many people, all they've ever done, they've never had to pay, but they do need to show up. They don't get any access. There is a course inside this bundle. I've used it as a bundle. They don't get access to some extra content, extra bonuses, free patterns, quick 10-minute wins, tutorials, but they do get those notifications. So that's really, they also get 2 free courses so they can see the style before they even, you know, get involved on what the courses are going to look like. And then of course I've got a 3-month and an annual access pass where they get everything. They get everything. Every course, every live is converted into a course. Often those webinars, the preparation is a lot of short videos that I pre-prepare because I have to go and do it over on my quilting machine. So I have different cameras set up to be able to record all those. But then the beauty of that is they get the live webinar replay, but then down below, instead of having to go through 90 minutes of chatting and questions and answers, and sometimes we can get a little bit off topic, it's still machine quilting, but off topic to the specific technique that I'm teaching that day, then they can go and just watch what they need to remind themselves or get that particular point across at that time. And these prices have already been increased from what they were originally, and I've sort of set a standard now that I'll increase them once a year as the content is growing. So there's many hours of content in there now. And just as an example, this is one of my more recent ones. Yes, that's my stats. Only 29 actually, I think 149 obviously registered. 29 watched the replay page, and that's because the rest of them are actually subscribers, so they don't need to bother going to. They don't even get the email in the automation to get the link to watch that replay page. Only those that have the free pass get that email to go to the replay page to watch that replay until the countdown timer reverts to a different page, encouraging them to sign up as a subscriber. So just to show you, I'm definitely winning the battle on converting them all to paid subscribers. Definitely. I usually have 160, 170 registrations. I've been averaging just over 100 people coming live. Most know that if you're a subscriber now, if you can't make it live, they don't even, they know they're going to get the course, and they'll get an email also advising that there's a new course in the membership as well. But lots like to come live because there's so many other questions that people ask specifically about the business of machine quilting within these sessions. I also have a guest presenter, so a friend of mine from far north Queensland, so that's about a 44-hour drive from me. She is also an expert at designing and digitizing these designs, and her brain is amazing on how she can work through this software. And so she comes on as my guest instructor as well. And I better move on. So on that replay page, I use the Zenler countdown timer. And so it's all set up. I don't have to babysit it or anything. And the minute that it clicks over to 9 p.m. at night, then they are redirected to another page with a subscription. Johanna, at the moment, it's just me. I used to have a VA, and I think as of today, I may have another one, but I haven't had one since July. So it's mostly me. So the point here is use the countdown timer, definitely, because that gives that sense of urgency. They know that they have to get in there and watch that replay, or they need to subscribe so they can get access to all that content. Now, so the biggest plus with this whole concept is the automations inside the live, whichever live you choose to use, whether it be a meeting live webinar or live interactive webinar. Those automations are the most powerful thing that we have, because you can personalize them. You can send them to only those with a free pass. You can send them to only those that are a member of the IQ Summit. Or I have another membership, a higher base membership, which is I just call my gold membership group, and they get access to all of the computer stuff, but they also get access to a lot of other courses and business skills and mentoring. And I use the live class feature for monthly Q&As on that one. But you can continue sending emails to those people for up to 3 weeks, meaning up until the next live is announced, that haven't subscribed, without spamming all those that have. Marina, yes, I do show small pre-recorded step-by-step projects, purely so that I can use. There are times when I can very quickly go live using the software on a USB, but a lot of things I actually need to be on the quilting machine, because it's like a CNC machine, and the motors have to be attached so that you can move it around for the computer to know where it is and what it's doing on that one. Or some of the business ones are definitely slide based and sharing my screen as well. So moving on, the subscriber benefits. So on the completion of that live session, as I mentioned before, instead of getting the email to go watch the replay, they get a different email which will direct them to the new course that has also been added to their My Courses page or their dashboard. I actually have 2 big orange links on the home page when they log into the website, one to go to the gold member dashboard, one to go to the IQ Summit dashboard, and there's different information on each, but all of their courses that they got access to are listed on that page as well. I'm personally struggling on I was very interested to see how all the tutorials, New Zenler tutorials, have been upgraded, because I'm personally struggling with how I can get it easier for members to find what they need to find. There's so much content in there now, so I have invested in Searchy, the video search tool. But of course, I actually have 2 different widgets, because the gold members get access to more courses than what the IQ Summit members do. So I'm learning on how to make all that work, and how to teach my students on how to use that service to find what they need. I do need to get a better success path on that one. So, but in some of those emails in the subscriber emails, when this live has now been changed into a course. So I am creating a live, plus I'm creating a course, but it really is just, you do it all at the same time, because I'm uploading the pre-recorded videos plus the replay into that area, and then any extra bonuses that they might get. And of course, I've got a community for each as well. So I do get a bit of chatter in the community, though I'm waiting for the upgrade on that one. And I think that will be much more improved. I have a Facebook group as well, and definitely people are more focused or active in that Facebook group than what they are in the community. Okay, so just to make it really clear on how I run my business, I actually have 2 membership bundles. The one that I was focusing on, that I'm focusing on today, is the IQ Summit, and it has 3 pricing plans, but one of them has tiers activated as well. The gold membership group just has 2 pricing plans and everything is included. Then a lot of those, not all of them, but a lot of those courses that are applicable or I've got extra bonuses that I think are saleable, I put an individual price on as well. And I've been surprised on, the few that have sold as individual courses that people really wanted to learn that particular skill, and they picked that up. And that individual price is $30 compared to a $27 a month membership for that one. Now, to really make this clear, this is for the IQ Summit where I'm using the tiers. So this is what took me a while, and David helped me when we were brainstorming how I could make this work similar to how I had it on the other platform. Just watching my time, I've got 10 minutes. Okay, so I have the 3 pricing plans. The only plan with a tier is the free pass, and that is turned on. It's unlimited, obviously, and inside that, with the tiers turned on, that's where you add the courses that tier can view. And I have 2 free courses available. The real getting started and some basic maintenance and troubleshooting that you do with this system. Plus the 3rd course is the free pass one, and that's purely so that I can give them the benefits of being able to upgrade. So it's just a little upsell salesy thing. Then I have a 3-month and an annual pass, and I used to have 6-month as well on the other platform, but I basically looked at it and I really had half a dozen do the 6-month one, and so I chose to only have the 3-month and the annual. Most go for annual, though I'm certainly getting a lot more recurring revenue monthly now as well, because they know that they can opt out at any time. Now, I do have a start and stop, and because that's the date that I'm going to increase my price, and I wanted to keep I had to remind myself, so I'm actually building up the pricing plans on that particular page so I can sort of see remember what on earth I did in the past, so I don't get caught out, because I have people on lifetime deals, I have people on annual, 6-month and 3-month, and now I've just cut it back to the 3-month and annual. And it will remind me that I have to set up and do an entire launch campaign again to those that are not members when the price is going up. That creates a lot more interest. I do get people during the month, every month there's more that are choosing to subscribe, and as well. So it is naturally happening without me doing any hard sell whatsoever by giving that valuable content. The tiers worked really well, because now when I add a course to either this bundle or the gold membership bundle, I don't have to go into the tiers and muck around having to add it and remember. I think there was somebody chatting about that in the group recently, that they felt very frustrated, the reminder that you have to always add the new course to your bundle. Well, this way, anyone that is paying for it, once the course goes in there are no tiers on those 2 levels, so they get everything. And I don't have to remember to go into that pricing plan to add it. So the free tier, I don't. All they ever have is the 2 free ones. But they're on my list and they get all my emails, so that's great. Okay, what else have I got here? So always have an upsell. That's really my big thing, and I think most of us know that. So I share and promote the free tier of the IQ Summit membership to all my email lists, and I think that has built now to direct built only machine quilters have opted in on New Zenler. I think it's up to 1,300 now. So I get very, very few unsubscribes because they themselves have opted in and want to get these emails. I have a 67% open rate on my emails through Zenler, which is the best I've ever done. Okay. And half the time, those that don't open, for some reason, it's gone into their spam, and I'm forever people are saying, I don't get the information. But I also share and promote the registration page to the live on my own Facebook group, plus some others that are out there as well. Because it's a free service, these particular groups are more than happy for me to promote that, because it's free education for the software, and it benefits everybody. And I'm not really chasing. I'll do the upsells later. I'll do the upsells right at the end of each live, plus through the automations. So there's no hard sell whatsoever. So the first upsell is obviously straight. I did a big poll on that, Sharon. How often do I email my list? Except for those that go into an automation, I only email them at the most twice a month. And I did do a poll on one of my newsletters out so that I could get that answer on what they wanted and how often they wanted. And the majority were twice a month, actually, in the end. My second upsell, though, is to become a gold member, because that gives them added business content on, there's a course on how to use Canva. There's a lot of business skills. There's freehand skills using the long arm. And quite a few people in my gold membership group don't even own this IntelliQuilter software, but they are long arm machine quilters. They have different brand machines or different brand computer. And so that gold member group it's more about support on actually the quilting process and running a machine quilting business. We've had some brilliant discussions in the monthly Q&A that we have in that group as well. So benefit of tiers and a pricing plan for a bundle. So I think I probably went through this already. I chatted about it. So screenshot that if you need to. The biggest bonus for me is from the back end is that all courses are added to both bundles when they're created, but only the paid subscribers get access. So it certainly solves those issues of, and I do have a checklist that I go through each time to try and remember not to forget anything, to make sure that it's all up there, and it all happens in that time that most of it's prepared before the live, and then once it's finished, once the Zoom recording is downloaded, and I can upload it back into both the replay page and the course. Okay, so it is a simple marketing structure, and that's what this is about. I'm using it. I'm both supporting all my customers, plus many, many more right around the world. And my boss, of course, in America, who creates this system. But it is, anybody could do this. It's a simple marketing structure to be able to provide that free live interactive webinar where you get that feedback all the time. Jono does that perfectly, always asking you guys to give us feedback throughout his chat. And that gets everybody involved. And I'm hoping I'm putting all you to sleep as well. I'm really good at talking about my topics, but this is slightly different. Always do the upsell afterwards, and you can do, and as I said, I have 2 upsells. Once they get to the checkout page or the thank you page, if they purchase the IQ Summit, I've actually got a video upsell to the gold member group as well. So there's always that. And if they don't want any of that, then obviously they can just purchase the course as an individual course if they feel like they needed to go through it again and they can't do it during the course of the 12-hour replay. That 12-hour replay, by the way, is from the beginning of the webinar. So if it's a 2-hour webinar, then the replays, you only got 12 hours. Plus, you've got to allow at least almost an hour for it to convert and then re-upload it. So they don't get it immediately that it's finished. So have all that prepped. And again, I have checklists to try and make sure I don't make too many errors doing that. People are pretty good at telling me that I've made a mistake or I've forgotten to do something, so I can usually get it corrected. Marina, yes, I do an interactive webinar once a month, plus I do a live class Q&A to support my gold members once a month as well. Plus, I often will do a 10-minute shoot. And I have just started, and I'm not sure how often it will be, but only episode 1 has gone out, is another live, but this time I'm streaming it to Facebook and YouTube, to 2 Facebook pages, 2 Facebook, what am I doing? Facebook group, a Facebook page, and my YouTube channel. So I'm doing that live to those 3 places. And it's like a real stories, and it's a troubleshooting thing. So my customers are happy for me to tell their story on a problem they may have had with their quilting machines, and then how we've solved it, or how we've troubleshooted it to then be able to solve it. And it's real stuff. And a lot of people know each other, so that's actually garnered a lot of interest. And another one's coming up, but I've got no set times. It will be a series, but how many points do I try to make during a webinar? When it's the IntelliQuilter education, it's usually on one topic. I may break it down into 3 to 4 shorter videos, and we talk about some of the aspects that we've done in each one in between, and answer questions to make sure everybody understands the process. But usually each monthly is on a specific topic. Okay, so this slide was probably I guess I'm putting the reasons out there on why I changed to Zenler. Like I said, I did have it before I started the summit on a different platform, but Zenler didn't have the live aspect at that time, and it was sort of fairly new, and I didn't quite get into it. They didn't have as much or any of the tutorials, etc. So I didn't quite get into it at that point. But I started getting quite frustrated with the other software in the lack of personalization. The actual landing pages, very, very hard to brand, and even the emails, they were not easy to control either. At all. It was very, very basic. It did work, but the biggest thing is couldn't do subscriptions. I could charge, but I couldn't have rolling subscriptions on that platform at all. So the email open rates, I'm sure I mentioned earlier, I'm now up to about 67% open rates on my Zenler newsletter emails. I like my statistics. I think statistics, the registered, attended, and automation opens and clicks is excellent for the lives. Statistics on how far through they've gotten on a course, I think I'm waiting for improvements on that one. The marketing funnels are really, really powerful. I've used a couple of them. It's another area to build on for sure. But the countdown timer and the tiers was what, in the end, once we worked out how I could set this up to make this work how I wanted to, was the thing that really, really paid off for me. Okay. And that is virtually my last slide. So there you go. That's it. My last slide that's me. machinequiltingacademy.com is my site. The countdown timer I use a lot, actually. David, thanks, Shelley. And like I said, I'm not my topic isn't something that everybody would be interested in fact, I would say very few. There's only a couple of other quilters in the group, I think, but how I've used Zenler to make it work, it just works, and I'm exceptionally happy with it. As always, everybody wants something else. Everyone wants new features. I've been pretty happy with lots of them. Let me just stop sharing. There we go. I've been really happy with all the newly introduced features, but I'm still waiting on a couple of extras. I really want that community update, because I feel that a better community with threaded discussions and being able to upload more than one photo, especially for quilters, because we love showing off our work, that would just blow it apart if I can get all of the community on Zenler as well. We try, and the app has been good, but it's hard work when I can't schedule posts to get that interaction happening for that as well. So any questions?
Thank you, Tracy. Thank you so much. And the community is definitely on the list. And like I said during the interview as well, you've been there as a founding member since the start, waiting for the features to come in one by one. And the community definitely is on the list. It's around the lines. I don't know when, but it's definitely on the list. So thank you so much for being there. And that was a great session. We have some awesome comments coming. Catherine is saying, thanks so much, Tracy. I learned a lot and I have a lot of good ideas to where I'm heading now. So we have a lot of love coming in the chat, and anybody who has a question, please put it in the chat and I will make sure. Okay, David is asking, has Zenler saved you money not having other subscriptions?
Yes, to a degree, though most of my other software now, over the years, I've got lifetime deals anyway. So, but I've definitely dropped some. If I was starting out, it would be a no-brainer. I spent a lot of money on that other software when they were lifetime deals, and I believe only one has got recurring, so I can drop that one. But the rest, definitely saving on hosting. That's for sure, because I don't need to have a host for my website, my domain anymore. So definitely saving there. Not having to work with my limits. I also have another business, which is an online retail. So I've been online with a WordPress WooCommerce site for over 20 years. Actually, it's been on different platforms, but currently it's WordPress WooCommerce with over 1,000 products that I retail as well. And that obviously I started out with WordPress for this as well, and just connected the courses. But once the blog feature came in, I've ditched the WordPress site as well. so it's certainly, saved me money there for sure.
So I think what you're suggesting is that had Zenler come to you what it is today in the early stages of when you were beginning, it was definitely an all-in-one platform to begin with.
Yes, definitely. I've dropped all the others, and but as I said, I have managed to get a lot of software on lifetime deals with no recurring payments. That is what I cobbled together in the first place, but it's so much easier all together. And I do love the email broadcasts and the filters that you can use. And now with the tagging, once the tagging came in, that just blew that out of the ballpark, really. Being able to tag so many different ways to then be able to filter using those automations.
And I did see in your presentation as well that you were talking about a 67% open rate for your emails. So would you share a few tips that how to approach to get such a higher open rate?
I think it's because, again, I'm either promoting a previous course as a reminder, but it's always to do with the next upcoming live. And there's a bit of a talk, there's a bit of a story in there, just like your story workshop, but you've got to give a bit of your personality in those, and they love it. They love hearing about the family. We're farmers, so we're about to start harvesting our crops in only 3 weeks. I'm a new nana. 11 days ago.
Congratulations.
A lot of the quilts that I make for family and friends, I use as examples for features using the computer system. So it's a written story, Paul, in the newsletter, in the email broadcast. So that they always, I have just a little bit of a story, a bit update on what's happening here on the farm, here with the family, the quilts that I'm making for those family members, and the procedures. Sorry, I've got a bug in here. The procedures that I go through, and they're all, because they're quilters, we're sharing, caring people mostly, and they love to see some inspirational work. So I do have photos, I do have that sort of information, and because you're personalizing it all, and I definitely try to personalize the newsletters, then yeah, they feel like my friends. Possibly though, I guess there's a lot that I haven't, but because I've actually taught in America over the years, I started traveling to the States in 2005, teaching at machine quilting events. There's an awful lot of people in my membership from right around the world that I have personally met, or I've helped out privately with their systems. So I'm very active in those Facebook rooms. So yeah, very active there to help people and advise them and give them tips and troubleshoot. So I keep that personal connection with most of these. So it is a lot of work, and I'm looking forward to having a VA again to help with some of it.
Keeping it personalized, relatable, and building a relationship is actually the key to get started.
Yeah, yeah.
We have one more question from Hannah. She's saying, any advice for beginners to advanced, because she is in her post-creation journey as well. So if she's starting out and she has to go to the advanced, any suggestions and advices for that?
Beginners to advanced in course creation. Advice for beginners to advanced. Yeah, I guess I always try, and I think Tonya, my other instructor, she definitely has more advanced classes than what I do. I focus more on beginners. And very long time ago, I was taught when you're trying to demonstrate something that you must assume that that person knows absolutely nothing. And I'll give you an example, and I've actually seen this done as a presentation up on a stage in a competition that I was in, and the presentation was titled "How to Light a Match." And this gentleman stood up on stage and he had a box of matches. And to demonstrate this, he would show and he would explain every side of that box. He would physically show how you push the sleeve off of the box of matches. He would pick out a match and he would explain what the red bit or the black bit on top was. And then he would even stand there and show you where to place your feet, how to hold the box and the match, and how to strike it. Now, of course, we all probably know most of those things. But if you remember that you have to demonstrate something as if somebody has never, ever seen that topic before, then you will not forget every single step.
Absolutely. That's a great tip, I think. I'm definitely taking that back home.
And that was a demonstration competition back when I was in my early 20s, and I've never, ever forgotten that one.
Thank you so much. That's a wonderful tip, I think. We have a few more questions coming in the chat. So probably we can look at these questions in the chat as well. Once your session is over, you could take the questions in the chat as well, because we are almost near the time for our third speaker. Thank you so much, Tracy. It was a wonderful session, and I have taken back a lot of learning, and I'm sure everybody in the group who's listening to us as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. So this is actually a power-packed morning, and I'm just gearing up with every speaker that I'm listening to, because I'm taking back key points and learning something from each speaker. And we have our third speaker ready. I think Shelly is already in the room, and she has been with us since the morning. She's also listening to other speakers. Shelly, can you switch on your camera? Shelly, are you there? Okay, 1 minute. Okay, please try. Can you switch on your camera? Oh, yes.
I should be on now. Perfect.
Yes, I can see you and I can hear you very clearly. How are you doing today?
I'm doing really well. Thank you, Manmeet. Great to be here.
Thank you so much.
And those two first sessions were fantastic.
Thank you so much. Thank you. And thank you for being there since the morning and supporting other speakers as well.
No, it's you can always learn. A day when you don't learn something is a shame. And yeah, hi Alice. Hi Alice. I've known Alice a long time. So, yeah, great.
All right. So let's jump right into our third session with Shelley. Let me introduce her. She's known as the MS Office Maestro, and Shelley has been a Microsoft Office trainer for about 20 years, delivering face-to-face training sessions, presenting at events, and training people remotely with various online tools. And the topic Shelley is covering today is actually a topic which all of us need today after we have transitioned to the online Zoom. She's covering how to manage yourself and your slides during live presentations. I'm personally eagerly waiting to learn from you. Over to you, Shelley.
Thank you very much. So I'm going to start off by sharing my screen and bringing my presentation to the fore. And I just want to ask you all, hang on, I've lost my meeting window. Let me see if I can move the meeting window. Oh yeah, I've got the meeting, I have two monitors, big monitor straight ahead with my slides, monitor to the right with all of you lovely folk and the chat. So that's how I manage things. I have two monitors. And here are my slides, which I'm just going to hop into presentation mode. So give me a note in the chat or use the reaction. Have we got reactions? If you can use the reactions button to give me a thumbs up and tell me that you can actually see my slides. That's the first thing. So what we're going to be talking about today is what to think about when designing your slides and how to keep up engagement in your online session, because we don't want our participants falling asleep. So before we go any further, you probably want to know who I am and what my authority is. Well, I'm an IT trainer, as Manmeet said, with over 20 years experience. I've been teaching Microsoft Office applications since 1998, which feels like the dark ages today. I'm a certified designer of online learning, and I am a certified online learning facilitator, that's CDOL and COLF, both of those qualifications from the Learning and Performance Institute in the UK, of which I'm a fellow. And I lived in the UK up until 3 years ago when I came here to live in Israel. So what makes a great online presentation? Let me know in the chat, what do you think makes a great online presentation? And I'm looking over there at the chat, eagerly waiting for your answers. Anybody? Engaging? Yes, it has to be engaging. That's really, really good, which is what I'm doing right now. I'm engaging you. Value for your business. Rapt attention from the audience. That's a toughie. Rapt attention from the audience. Simple, easy to follow. Yep, informative, the variety. All of those things make a great presentation. So let's have a look at what I've got here. So first of all, a great presentation, you don't always need slides, and that's from a PowerPoint trainer. One of the things that I teach is PowerPoint, as will become evident throughout. So sometimes you don't need slides. You need to be just you, and you need some mechanism of engagement. But if you are using slides, like some of you said there, you need to make your slides eye-catching. You want to make sure you don't have too much text. And you also want to make sure that you're using good imagery. Sometimes just a picture while you're talking is the way to go. And you need to plan in your interaction. So when you are designing your online session, or any training session for that matter, you need to plan where people are going to interact. You will get engagement as you go, but every so often you need to plan that in. And every 5 to 7 minutes, you should have some form of interaction. Now that could be using reactions, so getting people to give you a thumbs up or a smiley face, telling you to slow down or speed up, or it could be by using the chat as we've just seen. Now I really like what Hannah's written there, not too busy. Tracy needs to learn to use PowerPoint better. Well, we'll talk later. So common slide mistakes I'm going to talk about. They may have too much text on them, and you'll understand why that's not so great in a minute. That text might be too small to read. They may have a hard to read font. And you want to think about your color contrast. You want to think about how accessible your slides are to people with a visual impairment, or maybe using a screen reader if you're providing the slides. So you want to make sure your contrast is right. If you've got a light background, you want dark text. And if you have a a dark background, you want light text. So you need to think about keeping it as clean as possible. So have you ever seen a slide like this one? Let me know in the chat. Anybody seen a slide like that? Now, obviously, this is overkill. Yeah, it's real overkill, this slide. But would this be better? Is this better? So here goes. That slide previously was all about coffee consumption in the US. I found an article. A lot of my training is based in a coffee shop called Coffee Island. I hang everything on the story of my coffee shop. And I wanted to talk about the average coffee consumption in the US, and it's actually 2 to 3 cups per day. And that slide before, if we go back had that information in there, but it was impossible to read it. So it's something that I've certainly seen, terrible slides with lots of information. So how do you read? Let me know in the chat. Which of your senses do you think you use to read? What do you use to read? And it's not a trick question, but it's something that I learned when I did my certificate of design. Visual, eyeballs and glasses, left to right. Okay, so we all think that we read like this lovely little boy who is so engrossed in his fairy story or whatever story it is. I say fairy because the fairy dust. But in fact, we read with our ears, because when you're reading, aren't you listening to the words in your head? And what does that mean for you as a presenter and for your presentation and your slides? It means that if you've got a slide with lots of text on it, your audience are reading the text and they're listening to that text in their head, which means they're not listening to you, or they're trying to listen to you and read the text at the same time, and their brain gets overloaded and they'd rather go and check their phone. So it's some of those things that you need to think about when you're designing this interaction. If you've got tons of text on your slide, and we've all seen them, people will be reading it or trying to read it rather than listening to you. So what kinds of interaction should you think about? So here's a few that you can use. We can use the chat, as we've demonstrated, and everybody today has demonstrated use of the chat really well. We can use reactions in Zoom, in Microsoft Teams, which is the other medium I use a lot. You've got the reactions, the thumbs up, the clapping, the slow down, the speed up. In WebEx, there's even a coffee cup for a coffee break. You can ask questions and get people to answer you. And you can get people to work on something. So you could use a breakout room and get people working together to solve a problem, or even put individuals in breakout rooms so they can work by themselves. Using breakout rooms, there we go, preempted myself. That's another thing about live delivery. These things will happen and you just have to assume they're going to happen and just move on. And everybody understands that we're all human. And if you can laugh at yourself and say, oh, look, I already said that, your audience are going to be more engaged and they're going to accept that. Another thing that you need to do is avoid shiny object syndrome. So what do you think I mean by avoiding shiny object syndrome? Go on, let me know in the chat. I've got the slides. Yes, video's not playing, so having to go live instead. Absolutely, Tracy. These things happen and you just have to assume that they will. So any idea about what I mean by avoiding shiny object syndrome when you're making your slides? Okay, I'll help you out. Okay, distractions. Yes, distractions. What kind of distractions? You want to avoid making your participants dizzy and too much fuss, too many things jumping about on your slides. Animation overload. You've seen I've used animations on most of my slides, but don't do too much. You don't want things whizzing in from here and things whizzing in from there. You want consistency. Different slide layouts will allow for some variety, but don't have too many, and make sure that your brand or whatever look and feel you've got is clear. The Zenler slides have been designed very, very nicely, and it's lots of white space and it's easy to use. And don't have too many transition effects. And I'm going to talk about transition Shaking objects. Yes, that's one that makes me dizzy. Transition versus animation. So who knows the difference? What's transition and what's animation? So what does transition do and what does animation do? I am going to tell you in a minute, but I want to see who knows. No? Nobody? Okay. Transition BC. Yes, David got it right. Yeah, and Diana. Slide to side is transition. So your transition controls how the slides arrive on the screen. So that slide coming in from the left or dropping down, that's your transition effect. Animations control how the how the objects arrive. So how these boxes arrived on the screen, that's an animation. Yes, so transition, Tracy has put it very succinctly. Transition is between slides and animations is how objects arrive on the slides. And there are lots of different transition effects. I specialize in PowerPoint, but whether that's on Windows or Mac, and you've also got Keynote on Mac, you've got Google Slides, and they will all have some form of transition and some form of animation. So let's talk about New Zenler and Zoom. That's kind of it about the slide design element of this. And I'm just checking, I'm going quite fast. There's going to be lots of time for questions. So what are your different options? So we've got the live webinar, which is just the presenter. Now, when you choose to create a live webinar, then just the presenter is shown, or you share your screen as the presenter, and your audience have no microphone and they have no video. And actually, one of the pitfalls I came across is no chat either. I'm going to show you what happened and how you get around that. So that's the live webinar. The live interactive webinar is what we're doing. There's webinars, the presenter, chat, everybody can have their camera, but the presenter can control all of that and decide what they have. You've got your live class, which is actually a live interactive webinar, which usually is inside a course. And we've got the live streaming, which is to Facebook and YouTube. And all of this is using Zoom. Now, I only use the live interactive webinar and the live webinar. I don't use the other two, so I'm not qualified to talk about them. But as I've said, live webinar is just the presenter, and the live interactive presenter, camera, chat. Now, I've always used interactive webinars until recently. I've just started using, in the last 2 or 3 months, the live webinar. And I'm going to explain how my funnel works in a moment. So when you start your online session, here are some things to think about. You want to set up your live webinar version of your choice. So you'll choose which of those you're going to do. You make sure you log in 15 minutes before. And there's good reason for that. You need to check your audio, microphone and camera, and do this religiously. Don't ever assume that just because it worked half an hour ago, it's going to work now. There have been times where you knock something, a connection gets jarred. Make sure you check it every time. You're going to set up your background graphics if you have any. I was panicking before because I couldn't find this graphic, and I found it and got it set up. So you need to make sure that all of those things are done ahead of your start time. Now you're going to want to check the chat settings, and I'm going to show you what that means in a screenshot in a moment. And you're also going to check the participant settings. What can they do or what can't they do? And you want to check if sharing is enabled. So for example, in this session, sharing has not been enabled, but for me to come on, I had to have my microphone camera switch enabled and sharing enabled so that I could be the presenter. And you must remember to press record if you need to record that webinar. Have a simple post-it note stuck on your screen, press record. It's a great reminder there. So when you're doing a live webinar, which is just you as the presenter, you'll see, as you can see in the screenshot there on the left, you can open up the chat and click the 3 dots to get the chat settings, and you can enable the chat. Now, for me, this is crucial. I need to have chat because I like to drive engagement. And if it's a webinar and I can't see people and I can't see their body language, I can ask questions and use the chat that way to drive the engagement. And you can change the participant settings and decide whether they are muted, unmuted, and all of those kind of things. good idea to, the next time you're setting one up, just to test it out and go and have a look at what you can and can't control. During your online session, you are going to want to tell your participants you're about to record. That's the polite thing to do, because somebody may not want to be on camera. And they may say, I'm happy to be recorded audio, but I don't want to be on camera. And that gives them the option of switching off their camera. Although sometimes as a presenter, you don't want them off camera, but if you're recording, you have to give them the chance. You want to make sure that you're sharing your screen and that people can see it. So you'll check with them in the chat, and that gets them using the chat as well. And smile. It's really important. Smiling is infectious. And if you have fun and you smile, then your participants will too. There you go. I preempted my last point. You can see that I've practiced. That's the other thing. When you create your session, creating it isn't just it. You need to practice, because you need to know that it's going to fit in the time available. I ran through this session with Alice a week or so ago, and we found that it did fit into the time quite well. Although I can see that I've gone quite fast today. So yes, Tracy has a huge sign to remember to press record. It's really embarrassing when you don't, especially if you are offering people the recording. So what have you learned so far from this part? And then I'll talk about how my funnel works and what I'm doing. I'm just going to go and find I haven't logged into Zenler, so I'll go and log in and get that page open while you let me know in the chat, what is it that you have learned today? Nice checklist, yeah. And yeah, so clear message, yeah, absolutely. So we get to see the difference between a live webinar and live interaction. Yes, it really threw me the very, very first time I did this. It threw me totally. So it's really important to understand the differences. And I've been teaching online. I got my certifications in 2014. What you should be seeing now, can you see my webinars page? I think I've brought that to the front of my screen. What's the chat workaround you mentioned? I'll show you that again in a minute. Yes, so you now can see my page. This is my site. And I have on my site, I have a selection of free webinars. So I have a selection of free webinars and paid webinars. So you can see listed below, I have two kinds. I do them monthly. I have yet to set up the December ones. I've just set up the November ones. And they're 20 minutes to half an hour free ones. At the end of that free webinar, they get pitched to go to one of the paid webinars. So there would be two, for example, the next webinar is next week, the 18th of October. It's an Excel one. And at the end of that webinar, they will be sold or they'll be pitched to join the paid webinar. At the end of the paid webinar, they're then pitched to join my course. So what that looks like at the back end, the calendar, this is the calendar widget on a page. It's really cool. And I used it as soon as it was announced. I put it on there and I really, really like it. I use this kind of branding everywhere. If you follow me I'm on all social media channels, not apart from TikTok, but you'll see this kind of branding all over the place, keeping everything consistent. If I come into the back end and I come in, for example, let's just go here to live webinars. It'll just take a moment. Here are all the live webinars. That was just me playing. And then you've got upcoming and previous, which is a great way of filtering them. You can also filter up here. And then when I come to set up my December ones, when I've decided what the December topic is, I think it's PowerPoint. So I'm going to go and find one of my previous free webinars. There are some, I had some PowerPoint ones. They're probably the first ones I did. No, there aren't. Did I not do them? I've only been playing with this model for a couple of months. And what I can tell you about how it's working is people are signing up to the webinars. They're signing up to the free ones. And that gives me their email address. I am not using New Zenler's email facility, although I use all the automations for the webinars, but my marketing is done through ActiveCampaign, and I love the integration. So as soon as they sign up for a webinar, they go onto my email list and they start getting my weekly email. And my weekly email will always has a link to this page. So I'm always promoting this page every week, and people on my list are consistently signing up. It gets promoted out to LinkedIn, to my Facebook page. I promote it on my personal profile, although I don't connect with everybody on my personal profile because I keep it personal. But I do have a Maestro and a Tomorrow's VA Facebook page. I have 2 brands. I have 2 schools on Zenler, and I've been using this one with New Zenler. So you can see that that's how it works. The interactive ones are the paid ones, because when I'm teaching a paid one, I want people to be on camera. I want them to be able to ask me questions. I want to see their body language, see if they're falling asleep on the job or if they're really paying attention. So that's how I'm using it. As I said, I've only been using it for a little while, but I am gaining new subscribers all the time because people are signing up mainly via LinkedIn, which is where my target audience actually live. I have 2 target audiences. The other one I have is this one. I have a course directory. Well, that's what it's called. This is Tomorrow's VA. Effectively, it's the same things, but it's focused in a slightly different way to virtual assistants, and these ones are for to all assistants. But I'm finding that the live element, I love presenting live. I love the adrenaline rush, the fact that things can go wrong and often do. That's really it. I've just stopped sharing. You asked, somebody no sleeping in class. Absolutely. You're very welcome, Sigal. Both my sites are on New Zenler. I started with Tomorrow's VA. I've been with New Zenler almost, I had an old Zenler account, and then a friend told me there was a new New Zenler, and I got an email from New Zenler. So I joined probably 2017, no, 18-ish, 18, 19. So I am really in the early days when there was nothing much around, and how it's evolved is phenomenal. What they provide and the assistance provided is great. Okay, you were there. Yes, I haven't got a t-shirt yet. The one that was for today, obviously stuck in the post here. I use, so David has answered that. You can charge for live interactive and you can charge for live classes. Although I don't use the live classes, but you can't charge for the webinars. Webinars typically are free. And I've used other webinar software, and I've used Zoom for a long time, and I use Microsoft Teams a lot. So it's really, really great. So any other questions?
Thank you so much, Shelley. So like Shelley mentioned, please put in your questions in the chat and we will try to address as much as possible in the time that allows. We have another question, I think. Do you have an entire site on New Zenler or just links to webinars on site?
That's a great question. So I have 2 schools, as I mentioned. Hang on. I just pulled my microphone. See, you can get all aerated and pull the cord out your microphone. My Tomorrow's VA, I started that. I historically had a website because before New Zenler, I was on one of the other platforms, which didn't have the ability to kind of build the whole site out on there, or I didn't want to. I didn't want to put all my eggs in one basket with that one. So I have a WordPress website for Tomorrow's VA. So my Tomorrow's VA site links to New Zenler. It links to my course directory, which is what I showed you before. It also has a link to MS Office Maestro on there as well. So that's that. But when I started MS Office Maestro, and I launched MS Office Maestro in March of this year, I recorded all the content. It's pre-recorded courses. There's about 60 hours of content on there. It's a phenomenal amount of work from December through to March, and I launched it in March. That is all built on New Zenler. So all the pages are on New Zenler. And if I decided to do a third school, again, I'd do it all on New Zenler. It's just all in one place. It's much, much easier. You said I would show. That's my funnel: free webinar to paid webinar to course. That is the funnel. I sell the courses as individual courses, so you could learn how to use PowerPoint, for example, is one course in there, or you could buy the whole bundle, which is PowerPoint, Word, Excel, Outlook, and Teams, and then you get all of them. So each of the webinars leads to the course, and then the course will, if they like what they do in the course, they might come back for another course, or they'll come back to buy the whole stuff. So yes, the whole bundle.
Terry is also asking that chat workaround. So I think she's asking while you're doing the webinar. Yeah.
While I'm doing the webinar, so I like to pop the chat out, and I like to have it floating on my second monitor, and then I can see it, and I can monitor what's going on. You get good at it. The first time you do it, it will feel awkward. Honestly, it will, but it comes with practice, and I've been doing this for a long time. The chat workaround is if you're doing a live webinar as opposed to an interactive webinar, then what you need to open the chat. So you'll click on the chat button. If I go find, I can actually, if I share screen gone. I can't share screen. Share screen, here we go. Share to main session. This, and I'll bring the slide up because I've actually got that in the slide. Which slide is it? It's down here. This one. So if I bring that up, so hopefully you can see that. No, that's what have you learned? Sorry. There you go. So what you do is you pop the chat out. Monique, can you just say, can you see the slides? Because I've lost.
Yes, I can.
The meeting.
Yeah.
Okay, great. So you've got the three dots on the chat, and then you just change it. Instead of it saying hosts and panelists, instead of it saying attendees can chat with no one, you change it to say attendees can chat with everyone. And that way, you get the nice chat that we've got going on here, because chat is really important to drive engagement, because you haven't got cameras or any other option of getting engagement. You can't ask them to stand up and wave their hands in the air to get their energy up, which you could do if everybody's on camera. So that was the workaround. That was the workaround. Yeah. How do you get leads, Shelley? Oh, marketing. Okay, great. Okay. So I have a weekly newsletter. I blog every week. There is a blog on New Zenler. There's also a blog on Tomorrow's VA. So on the WordPress website. Rob asked, okay. Rob, this is for you. So that's one thing. I talk to people. I show up. I present at events. I do things like this. You never know. Somebody on this summit may have seen my slides and say, oh, she knows a bit about PowerPoint. Let's go check her out. It might be that I present at a show called the PA Show, which is where my target market hang out. It's in London once a year. So I was there in March. I'll be there again next March. I'll speak at that event. And I now exhibit at that event. And I can see that Sigal has asked, is blogging effective? And absolutely yes. If you all know Kevin, our great Kevin, lead educator, Kevin's wife, Sarah, has a blogging challenge. Kevin and Sarah have a blogging challenge. And I've known them for a very, very long time. And blogging is phenomenal. If you demonstrate your expertise, you give value, and it's great. A lot of your signups will come from there as long as you have a call to action on your blogs. It is the blogging challenge. Definitely go and Google the blogging challenge from the Arrows Academy and go and join. It will change your business, honestly. And articles are great, as David has said, for growing traffic, because people type into Google what they're looking for, and your article will come up. So my one that I just published recently was how to use search researcher in Word, and I shared it on Facebook, and somebody reshared it to somewhere else. So it really It really is great. So definitely blog. So any
and
other
Nancy is also
questions?
saying she is going to do the Kevin's blog course again.
Absolutely brilliant. Yeah, I would encourage you all to do the blogging challenge. Absolutely.
And David is also mentioning the blogging challenge is on the tutorial sites for free. So if anybody wants to sign up, they can sign up on that.
Absolutely.
I do have one question, Shelly. I was listening to your presentation, and like you mentioned that, you know, you even demonstrated how to keep a session very engaging and very interactive. But sometimes there happens that, you know, the audience that we are speaking to is not willing to engage a lot, is not willing to talk. So how to take control of that situation?
That's a really great question, Manmeet, which is always train to speak for. Let me think for a minute while I find an answer. It's absolutely true. But yeah, so you get that in the classroom as well. It doesn't just happen online. Yeah. I've been in the classroom where you're doing everything, you know, apart from, you know, standing on your head and waving your feet in the air and nobody reacts. Sometimes people don't do that. We all have different ways of taking in that information, absorbing it. And some people don't want to look stupid. They don't want to ask a silly question. So I will usually, I'll usually say, you know, nothing is silly. There are no silly questions. And, you know, if I'm in a room learning something, I will ask, even when I know the answer, I will ask the silly question. Because if I ask the silly question, somebody else is thinking about it. So sometimes you just, I've delivered webinars where it's felt like I'm talking to myself. And sometimes that's how it is. There's not a lot, yeah.
Like, you know, you very correctly mentioned, and you were also sharing that there have been places where you even felt that probably the audience is not reacting a lot. So are there any activities that we can think of, any interactive activities you would have tried ever to try to get the audience engaged? Any activities that you can suggest us?
What might I do? I might ask some questions about what we've just covered, or get people to use chat if they don't want to be on camera to ask questions. You know, tell them that I'm going to sleep because they're not interacting with me. I'm going to cry in a minute. Okay, so I can see that we set appointment setting feature on my website, which is on New Zenler. How did you do that? And let me go and check which one you mean. And is that on the About page? I can't remember where it is. On my speaker page, I think.
Someone has put a link.
What that is? Yeah, it's a link. It's a link. It's a link to Microsoft Bookings. So that calendar is on Microsoft Bookings, which is part of your 365 subscription. And basically, it's a link to my booking calendar. So if somebody wants to book a call with me, they can do that. And that means I haven't got to pay for Calendly or any of those other pieces of software because it's included in my 365 subscription. So that's how I did that. It's just a link. It's just a link. You're welcome. Yeah, it comes up with my booking page. That's right. So that's all that is. That's a link. Like I learned from Tracy in the previous one to put a link on a countdown timer, which I think is brilliant. So I'm going to be doing that on my free ones. They get access for I think I've got it set. I tell them they can have it for a week, but I have to then remember to go and switch it off. So putting a countdown timer in is something I'm going to do. Yeah, ask the question and wait. Yeah, exactly. Thank you, Julie. That's a great tip there. To get students to talk, ask the question and wait. No one talks, ask it again, but break it down to make it simpler. And wait and keep repeating until you get somebody to answer. Because somebody will get fed up and they will answer it. And they'll say, oh, I wish you'd stop repeating the question. And they'll probably answer in the end. Yes, there's a marketing course for free as well. Go and do that.
Also, Shelly, do share with us that if anybody wants to get in touch with you, where they can find you and how they can get in touch with you.
Okay, so you've seen the website, msofficemaestro.com. You can find me on LinkedIn. I'm just going to find my profile so that I can give you a link. I've got it here. I tend to be mainly focusing more on LinkedIn at the moment because that is where my target market live. But I do have the MS Office Maestro Facebook page, and you can email me. I'm Shelley@tomorrowsva.com as well. So, or book a call. You know how to book a call with me. You're very welcome.
Thank you, Shelley. Thank you so much.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Thank you. David has shared the link of your website as well.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Shelley. That was an amazing session. And thank you so much for the tips to manage ourselves and our slides while we're presenting online. Thank you so much.
You're very welcome. You're very welcome. It's been really fun. I'm not sure I can stay on for all afternoon, but I will come back at some point. So.
Definitely, definitely. Thank you.
Thanks. Bye.
That was again a power pack session and a lot of learning. I'm sure me and everybody in the room is taking back. And we have another session, which is also a very interesting topic because it actually talks about the live aspect and the things that can go wrong, which usually happens when you're doing something live. Like Alice was sharing right in the starting of the session that if something is happening live, a thing here or there can go wrong. So that's what we will be discussing in the fourth session with Howard as our speaker. Howard, are you able to switch on your camera? Yes, I can see you. Are you able to unmute yourself and speak?
I'm already unmuted.
Oh, yes. All right. So let's dive into the fourth session and let me introduce Howard. He came out of the womb as an entrepreneur. He was a magician at age 9, a professional actor at age 19, and global charisma coach at age 37. He's worked with Piers Bromson, I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing it, on a Bond movie and fooled the late Michael Jackson with a clever card trick. I'm really honored to welcome you as a speaker, and he would be covering, like I said, the 10 biggest life blunders that can possibly go wrong and what you can do about them. So welcome, Howard.
Imagine yourself in the Renaissance, in the 1400s, and you're a monk or a scholar and you're desperately trying to gather up all the knowledge from the West so it doesn't get lost. And there's one particular scholar I want to draw your attention to, and his name was Erasmus. And Erasmus wrote a lot of fantastic material. But one of the things Erasmus did was he put together a book of quotations. And one of the quotations in that book is, and you may know this quotation, "In the land of the blind, the one-eyed man is king." Now, forgive the gender reference. We are talking about the 1400s. I guess now we would say the one-eyed man, he, her, it, whatever, is king, queen, princess. But the point is, in a land where things are just less than average, an average person will stand out. And so it's my mission in the next 30 minutes to help you go from, let's just say, not blind, but possibly bland. Now, that's not you, is it? But many videos out there, many lives out there are bland. And I want to take you from the bland to perhaps not king, but certainly ruler of your own live domain. And when it comes to it, we are up against it. Now, if you're ready for this, 100 million hours of videos are watched on Facebook every day. And I've worked it out. That's something like 11,415 years of video are watched in one day on Facebook. And on YouTube, we are talking about 500 million hours. So it's just staggering. How are we to stand out? How are we to lift ourselves from the bland? One of the problems that people face when they go live in particular is that they reach for formulas and templates and scripts because they feel they need props. And I'm going to show you in the next 30 minutes some of the blunders that people make, in my opinion, when they do that. I'm on a personal mission to make 1 million entrepreneurs have charisma on camera. Now, I can't teach you charisma in half an hour. I've been doing this for about 40 years, but I'm going to just point to some tips and tricks, and I'm going to make them different from training I've done with Zenler before. A lot of people look at other people's presentations and they admire that person's personality. They admire the way they shine through the screen, the way they don't need to use a script, the way they use their hands. However, they're looking in the wrong place. It reminds me of a story from the Middle East of a man who lost the key to his house, and he went outside to look for it. He couldn't see it. And to cut a long story short, went on a whole trip around the world, couldn't find his key, went back home and found it in his own front door. The key to the live performance, we have this instrument, our physical body. And so rather than looking externally, before you get on camera to go live, do a physical warm-up. Now, I do a full fat professional actor's warm-up. I'm not suggesting you do that. But if you do a little bit of a workout and jiggle your shoulders and your neck, if you're like me and you're spending ages on New Zenler doing your marketing funnels and your email broadcasts, you end up like this, a bit of a turtle. And so we carry a lot of tension here in our neck and our shoulders in particular. So just massage those. If you're feeling something is painful, move it so that you don't end up like this. Hi, it's good to see you. And I'm looking vaguely terrified. The other advantage to warming up our body and loosening our body up is it also helps to loosen up our voice, which I'll get to in a minute. And it helps to loosen our emotions and our minds. It helps us to calm ourselves down. And in my view, if you are presenting live professionally, this is my view, it's professional negligence if you don't warm up this major instrument of expression. So before I came on, while the last speaker was presenting to you, I was busy doing my stretches. Why? Because I want to be relaxed in front of you and I want to be able to move without being in pain. Now, obviously, if you have mobility issues, that all comes into play, but within the compass of your movements, make sure that you're as relaxed as you can be. And that brings me to the second foundational aspect that so many people miss. I've referred to it, and it's our voice. I'm using a pretty decent mic because even if I slightly ghost on this green screen, I hope I don't because I'm a video coach, but I might because this is live. It doesn't matter as much as if my audio crackles or buzzes or fuzzes. So audio is critical and the voice is critical. And this is one area where I recommend that you do not go to YouTube. And I'll give you one famous example of somebody who messed up their voice, and that is the late Margaret Thatcher. Now, like her or loathe her, she had a deep, powerful voice with which she led the British people. And that voice, however, was ruined forever she suffered from that. And that's because it wasn't a professional voice coach that helped her to deepen her voice, but it was a couple of publicists in the Tory party who suggested she do it. So I offer free vocal training, and you're welcome to that by going to my website, getting in touch with me, or get in touch with a good vocal coach and do some voice training. If you've got a great voice already, it's going to be even greater. But some people perhaps speak with a monotone, other people feel their voice is dull, and vocal blunders are one of the main things that you can do to overcome and to engage and bring in your audience. There was a question about engagement, and I'm going to go into that more deeply later, but the voice is a wonderful instrument for engagement. So, number one rule, don't be bland. Number two, work on the physical. Number three, work on the vocal. And all of those go together. People say you should really speak with passion. I actually think we should speak with a mission. Passion can be excitement. Passion can be daunting if you're an introvert, and you might think, oh my God, I have to show off. I am an introvert, and I have learned to bring my mission to the world. And when I align my mission with my voice and my body, my personality, my professional personality starts to emerge like a butterfly coming out of a chrysalis. Number four, does this seem familiar? Am I on? Can you hear me? Can you see me? Put yes in the chat if you can see my slides. Yeah, I'm Howard. I'm the charisma coach, and I'm here today to now I'm exaggerating a little bit, but the beginning, that very first 2 seconds, remember, we're on Facebook alone. We're up against 11,500 years of competing video, leaving aside all the other gizmos that are on our laptops and computers and phones and physical phones and children and all the stuff that's going on in the world. All of that's competing. I don't know about you, but I'm a ruthless swiper when I see something that doesn't, bam, engage me. So if we go back to the beginning of this presentation, I didn't do any of that. I said something like, imagine you're in Renaissance, and I brought you right into the middle of something. And I would suggest that you do the same. It can be something shocking. I don't mind. I give you permission. It can be something provocative. It can be a question that your audience really is asking themselves. Are you afraid of going live on camera without a script, without any slides? I'll get to that in a minute, because that's what I'm doing. So this is a kind of a meta presentation I'm giving, where I'm doing a live about blunders that you shouldn't make on a live. And hopefully I don't make any of those blunders myself. But that very first introduction is absolutely critical. It sets the tone for the entire presentation. And what I would say is this: do not consider your beginning. Consider your outcome, your result. What are you looking to achieve? My outcome, my result is I want to give you some very practical tips and tricks and hacks in 30 minutes or so to help you raise the bar on going from bland to brilliant. How can I then, given that outcome, begin? I can begin with something that's around blandness. I often say in my little videos that I make, I'm tired of seeing videos where the bland are leading the bland. So then I start thinking, well, in the country of the blind, the one-eyed man is king. Let's do some research. Oh, it was Erasmus who said that, and I have my beginning. Many people, when they come to do a presentation, start at the beginning, go through and end at the end. I suggest you start at the end with your result, your outcome, and then go to the beginning and then fill in as you go. And that will give you a structure. I want to talk about, nobody's listening, right? Slides. Now, the beauty and joy and terror and excitement of a live is that it's live. Here I am in an office in Shanghai, China, talking to you around the world, and anything could happen. My lights could fall over, my mic could go, I could get cut off because it's China. And that kind of makes for a sort of an edginess to a live event. Now, I'm not saying that there's never a place for slides, because some information we want to convey visually and linguistically. However, of the thousands and thousands of videos that people have shown me, most of them with slides suffer from death by slides. They have lots and lots of writing on them. And from a cognitive point of view, if I'm trying to read the slide at the same time as I'm trying to listen to the speaker, it's short-circuiting me. So if you've got some critical written information that you want to convey to your people, put it in a PDF and send it to them as a freebie afterwards or before, depending on your outcome. And I would say have very few slides. It's super tempting to have slides, but for me on a live event, you know, don't you, that this is coming from my lived experience. It can come from nowhere else. And that gives me a certain authority, a certain expertise, as it will for you. So if you come from that place of mission, you align your voice, you align your body, you have a fantastic beginning, and then you bring it, my friend, you will be able to compete with that 11,415 hours on Facebook daily. All right, that brings me neatly on to the idea of a script. Now, some people feel that they need a script as a prop. They feel that without a script, they're going to miss out critical aspects. And I'm going to make a confession to you. When I first came online to bring my business online, despite the fact I've acted with Pierce Brosnan in a Bond movie and fooled Michael Jackson and done all these things, I was lost. I didn't know how to be myself. I was used to having a huge crew and lighting cameramen and directors and all kinds of people around me to pamper me and support me. And besides which, I wasn't playing myself, I was playing a character. And so in that search, I went to some of the big gurus out there and I faithfully followed their templates and scripts and formulas. Guess what happened? Crickets. So I filled out all the templates and formulas and I sounded like everybody else filling out the templates and formulas. It was scripted. Now I'm a trained actor. Some of the people who watched my scripted material didn't realize I was using a script. However, I realized. Right now, I'm bringing you information, knowledge, hopefully some helpful tips right from my deep, raw self that sweated blood, sweat, tears to bring you this material and formulate it in a way that I hope and trust and pray you will find useful. And if suddenly an inspiration strikes me, I can look away from the camera, capture that moment of inspiration and bring it to you into the camera. Very, very difficult to do that with a script because we go into script mind. The other big blunder with a script is we start doing this. Today, I would like to tell you about how to present live. I'm very happy to be here, etc. We have a reading tone. We don't want to read from a screen. We want to bring it. So my advice to you, ditch the script. I have a particular method of structuring, but I want to talk before I get to that structure about this question of engagement. I've already given you some clues. Here's another one. And I hope you'll forgive me because this, I think, is how today began. But I watched one of the biggest course creating gurus online the other day. And I kid you not, she spent 2.5 minutes plus simply saying, hi, John from Adelaide, Jim from Joburg, Jackie from Jodhpur, people all around the world. And she was just reading them out as they came through in Zoom and they typed in the chat. And people said, type where you're from in the chat. I'm sorry, folks, at the risk of offending. That has now become a cliche. And the reason I don't particularly like it is this. It's a way to try to get engagement, but I haven't earned your engagement. You don't know who I am or what I am or whether you should be engaged or whether you should be checking your Facebook or watching the other 11,500 hours. So until I earn the right to ask you a question, I don't really feel I should personally. The other thing is my typing yes in the chat, it might make me feel better as a speaker that I'm having an impact, but is it really you engaging to say yes, no, great, not so good? I don't think so. I'm trusting you to ask me any questions you want about live events. And if you have no questions, fantastic. It means I've answered them all in 30 minutes and I can go and have a cup of tea. So I am confident in myself and in my mission. And I know it's needed. And I know that people need it. And then I know that people don't. And it's up to you. You're a big grown-up adult. You decide to what degree you want to be engaged. What I can control and what you can control when you're live, I can control and you can control your engagement. Your engagement with your own material is what will engage me. If I'm impassioned and powered and clear and focused about what I'm bringing, you will join me in that if you feel that there's value there. And then engagement can also be more consciously worked with in terms of breakout rooms and quizzes and polls. But I would just say to you this, always keep in mind your outcome. Is the quiz or the poll or the gamification integral, absolutely integral to the outcome? Or is it merely a trick, a cloak that we're putting on to try and get people to watch us rather than the others out there? If it's the latter, drop it. I did consider using some slides. And my slides were entirely visual with just perhaps 1 or 2 words, but I thought, no, this would be hypocritical to my outcome, which is to say to you, you too can do what I am doing. You may want to train with someone like me to achieve it, or you may just feel, wow, Howard, thank you so much, my friend. You've liberated me from the world of PowerPoint. I know there's a place for that, of course. But in a live event, bring it raw. And that brings me to what do we do if we haven't got a script and we haven't got slides? I don't know if you can see this, but this is my outline. I'm ghosting a bit. Sorry about that. This is my outline for today. It's my 10 points, my 10 blunders. That's all I need. I've got them on my screen. I've got them on my phone as a backup. Those are critical. Every now and then I might have a quick glance at them. I hope you'll forgive me. I don't have the memory of an elephant. So that's it. But what I do have, and what I suggest you have, is a shape. And I'm just going to suggest 3 shapes to you. This shape that we're following today with my presentation is linear. It's a logical step-by-step, 10 blunders, and then normally I would have a call to action, but I can't really have one because rightly Zenler wants the focus on Zenler, not me. So normally it would be a step-by-step, and probably in most of your lives at the end, some kind of call to action. Here at the end, there may be some questions, or I'm going for a cup of tea, but it's a linear step-by-step. Another shape to think about is the spiral or the circle, where you start out here. You take your listeners or your viewers on a journey around the world that you want to take them, and then they come back to where they were, but they come back in some way transformed or changed. So if I were going to do that shape, I would end this presentation, which I'm not going to do, with a "Did you know about Erasmus?" Something surprising about the land of the blind. Maybe I'd talk about H.G. Wells, and I'd bring it back. And then the last shape that you could consider, and there are many of these, is the ascension shape, where we start off in pain. Are you afraid of going live? Do you fear going blank? Do you wonder if you're going to digress? Do you think, what camera, what mic, what audio, what light should I use? We start in pain and we end. We go through a journey and we end now. You're absolutely at your peak. You're commanding your material in a calm way. People are naturally drawn to you. They're liking and sharing your videos you're building so you can serve, sell, and scale your business with a smile. And that's a transformative shape, ascension. And once you have that shape, along with your little list of bullet points, which you can put on a wall, you can put on your phone, you can put anywhere you like, you can refer to it. People won't mind. Excuse me, I just need to look at my notes to make sure I've covered everything. They won't mind. Trust me. Then you can deliver. That brings me, and I think we're nearly at the end, to the end. Do not end with a whimper. End with a bang. Now, I cannot end with as big a bang as I want today because of the structure of this particular live. But what I would say to you is this. If you start with that mission, my mission is to have 1 million entrepreneurs be charismatic on camera. And I'm going to end by offering you the option of reaching out and becoming one of those 1 million. Be one of those charismatic people on camera. Be all you can be. Bring every aspect of your personality to the screen. Do not hold back. Do not fear being judged. Do not fear other people not liking your material. Be you, and you will attract to you those people who want to be with you. Be a formula template person, and you will attract people who want formulas and templates. And then the last thing I'll talk about, which I can't really demonstrate for you, which is kind of tragic, is the call to action. The biggest blunder of all is where there is no call to action. The closest I can get to a call to action, I guess, is here. Invite you into my private Facebook group. But that's about it. And it's a bit disappointing to me because for me, a call to action, people avoid it because it feels salesy. It feels pushy to many people. I don't know if you feel that way. And I think the reason for that is because often a call to action is kind of bolted on at the end because we know we have to do it. And then we either don't do it or we deliver it somewhat shamefacedly or feeling like we're manipulating people. So the fix to that is to go back to where we began. Don't be blind. Don't be bland. See the end of the journey. If the end of my journey is, in this case, to invite you into my Facebook group, at the very beginning of that journey and all the way through it, I would probably be dropping in references to that Facebook group. Now, I haven't done that because it's not the right forum to do that here. But that becomes much more organic and integral rather than never mentioning that call to action until the end. By planting it early and often, it just becomes part of the discourse of your presentation. So those are my 10 tips for you. I really hope that you got some value from those. I welcome any questions. I've not looked at the chat because I've been focused on you, my friend. Manmeet.
Thank you so much, Howard. I have to tell you, I was just hooked to your presentation every minute. Even for a second, I couldn't take my eye away. I couldn't take my ears away. I was just listening to you. And I think everybody in this group would agree with me. It was amazing. I mean, I am short of words right now. I really liked your presentation. Thank you so much.
That's my pleasure.
We have a few questions in the chat. Okay, the first one is, what tips can you share to get rid of the nerves on camera?
Well, as I mentioned, physically warming up can help. Vocally warming up can help. Also, we tend to get nervous when we're focused on ourselves. I'm not focused on myself. People say to me stuff about myself. Here's the thing, Manmeet, and the person who asked the question. Do you care really what I look like? Not really. What you're here for today is, has Howard got something of value for me when I go live? It's not about how I look, how I sound. Obviously, I can work on that, but focus on your mission, on the duty you have. I would argue it's your duty, it's your destiny to bring that mission. I am seriously fed up of bland presentations, and I want there to be less of them in the world. I want you to be more charismatic so you can bring your message. So the more I focus on you and your mission and your charisma and bringing you value, the less I focus on me and my nerves and my self-consciousness. And in fact, there's a host of other tips and tricks, but I hope that that's helpful.
Absolutely. I think that was one of the major things that, it is always about what's in for them. And once we do that, it becomes easier. There's another question. This is from David as well. He says, I can't work with bullet points. I get stumped if I'm live. Can you help with this?
Oh, sorry, I didn't quite hear that question.
Okay, I can't work from bullet points. I get stumped if I'm live. Can you help with this?
Well, this is my structure here, David. That is my structure for the 30 minutes. So if you have that shape, so, I start with my particular shtick. What's your particular shtick? What is it that angers you or pleases you, or what put you in this space of this mission that you want to deliver over the live? Can you start with a story of that? Can you start with something that gives it a trajectory? Once you have a shape and a destination, I know my outcome is to invite you to the Facebook group and then either to go and have a cup of tea or answer some questions. I know that shape, and I know we begin with Erasmus over here and we go through these 10 steps, and those 10 steps I've got on my screen. and I absolutely know those subjects. So that allows me to perhaps wander a little bit away from them, talk about inspiration, do some other stuff, but come back and sew it together. That allows me never to get lost. I don't need bullet points. I don't need slides. I use slides in other types, in pre-recorded material. It can be great. But for me, as I say, the live event is an opportunity for you to bring your expertise. And guess what? If I mess up, do you care? Not really, because it's live. You're going to forgive me. If I pick up my water and it accidentally drops and it makes a bang on the floor or the table, you think, wow, you know, this guy, he's fallible. He's human. He's not perfect. None of us are. And the beauty of a live event is precisely you can say something like, I've just lost my train of thought. Let me just have a look at my notes, because this is absolutely critical. Yes, I want to talk about and that's fine. Nobody cares. So, you know, we're not expected to be machines. I think we mistake performance for perfection. In my world, the professional is someone who's done their preparation, they know what they're talking about, and then they bring it to the best of their ability. And when they do that, I will forgive them. In fact, it humanizes people when things go wrong. I'm not tempting it, but I kind of almost wish my green screen had fallen over, you know, or something, because in a way we think, oh yeah, we're all in the same boat here. We're all struggling to get our message out against that 11,500 years or whatever the hell it is, some crazy figure. So what hope do we really have unless we're something special? And we get to be special by, in my view, I don't know if I'm going to be the only person on this Zenler summit who doesn't have any slides, but, you know, I got sent slides, and Manmeet knows this. My first instinct was, right, okay, fill out the slides. And then I thought, what, Howard, what are you doing? You're talking about a live event. Live events and slides, to me, don't go together. What is the purpose of a live? You can push me and poke me and prod me and go, Howard, do you know your stuff? Can you help me with this? Can you help me with that? And I'm here live. If I don't know, I'm going to go, let me think about that one. And you'll see the extent and degree of my expertise. And same for you. You bring your expertise to the world. You offer it in the best way you can, my friend. Leave the bullet points. Have a sort of a structure. Have it on a piece of paper. It doesn't matter. People won't mind. What they mind about is what depth have you gone to? How well do you really know your material? And can I implement it? Will this work for me? What can I do that's practical here?
Absolutely, absolutely. I think some great tips and a lot of golden points I'm taking home today. Thank you so much. And there are a couple of questions in the chat as well. So once the session is done and we move on to the next speaker, if you have a little bit of time and you can look at the few questions coming in and a lot of love and appreciation coming your way for the fantastic presentation.
It's my pleasure, really. And I wish everyone much charisma moving forward in their careers.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Howard.
It's my pleasure. Take care, folks.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
That was an amazing presentation. And like I said, I was just glued to the screen for the entire time. And we are almost 4 hours, 4.5 hours into the summit. We have had 4 speakers. And the next session is the last session for the morning slot. So let me just introduce the speaker. One moment, let me give them the rights. And our next speaker is Siddhant Jain. He is the co-founder of growthversefunnels.com. He's a mechanical engineer turned into a marketer who also specializes in building and automating funnels for edtech startups, personal brands, and coaches. And he would be sharing his knowledge on funnels that retain and convert through live classes. Welcome, Siddhant.
Hello, thank you so much for inviting me over here. I'm super excited to speak live with all of these lovely people sitting and listening to live people. So, first of all, I would really congratulate Howard. His presentation was really mind blowing and super fantabulous, man. I do need to change a lot in my presentation after listening to you. So that's again for the next presentation. For now, I'll start with my presentation now.
Absolutely. So I will take care of your questions, whatever coming on the chat. You can take care of your presentation, and once the presentation is done, I will take care of the question and answers after your presentation. I'll be moderating for you.
Sure. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you. I hope my screen is visible.
Yes, it is.
So, hello, lovely people. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, whatever time zone you are in. I am sitting here in India. It's 5:35. Sorry, it's 4:45 p.m. and I'm super excited to host you all. So, the topic for today will be how you can improve your funnel retention and conversion with live classes. So, without doing a further delay, let's get started. So, first of all, I would like to introduce myself. You should know who your speaker is. You should not just go and deep dive into what I'm about to share. You just need to know about me also, why it is important to listen to me. So I call myself a accidental marketer. Why? Because I did my mechanical engineering. I was having 8 backlogs at a time. I used to go to college, but never into the class. So that was the kind of person I was. I used to believe in more of practical learning instead of theoretical learning. So yeah, I was more kind of person who used to sit out of the class. Then the lockdown happened. I was clueless, directionless. This is me doing my presentation, final BTech presentation at home. So eventually, during lockdown period only, I came across many online gurus, many online courses, and I shifted my brain, and started learning and implementing what I learned from them. Instead of going and watching Netflix and Amazon Prime, I started binge watching those gurus and started implementing on my mom's business, which is Cake Sapphire. So eventually, while implementing that, learning what I learned from all those gurus, I got I got from $0 to $10,000 per month in just a span of 9 months. We started doing online classes. We started teaching baking to people around the world, and eventually we grew from this $0 to $10,000 per month. Then I got an inbound offer from Mr. Saurav Jain and Mr. Rishi Jain, who are the co-founders of Digital Scholar. So Digital Scholar is one of a leading edtech company here in India. So I helped them scale I joined there as a growth marketer and helped them scale from 0.5 million, 2 million in just 6 to 7 months. And right now I'm just building my agency already at 4K per month, scaling it. So yeah, that's all for now. Let's get into the topic of today, why live classes help. First and foremost thing is human connect. I would really thank you all to listening to me, because this live class can help me connect to you. How we all human have a special bond in a heart for the other human. You are listening to my story. You did listen, did had some connect. You must have also gone through some of the phase in your life also. So you might have connected through that. That will help you get more conversion. How in live classes you can get more and more interaction, more and more uh, urgency, FOMO in pre-recorded classes or maybe YouTube courses. People would feel like I can go and watch this course anytime again. While in live classes, you might have some kind of FOMO that this guy is speaking, I should listen to him. I might not be able to listen to him afterwards. I should just focus on what he is saying. That brings me to the next topic, better retention. Basically I'm creating your attention. I'm speaking and making you listen to what I am about to tell you. Then comes the personal attention. What do I mean by personal attention is, um, let's suppose you have some kind of doubt, as you had in the previous session also, you had some doubts, right? You asked your question in chat box, you were answered then and there. You got some personal attention, right, from the speaker as well as the person who is presenting. That's how personal attention matters. And all by connecting all these four dots, we can help get we can get more conversion and retention in our live classes. Then let's go to the next topic, which is what funnels work the best. Workshop funnel. Why workshop funnel? How can I say that? I experimented a lot. Basically, this mind map can tell you, you get your clients from Facebook group, organic, inorganic, ads. You get them to pay for your workshop. Some maybe you are just charging them $9 or $10 for them to attend the workshop. By that, you are giving them value, bringing them life. You get a better quality lead. You in the back end, you send them a confirmation message that, hey, you have registered for this event. I'm excited to host you. Then you send them a first email, second email, third email, then attendance to bring them live. You bring them live to the Zoom, then the WhatsApp and the phone communication goes, hey, I'm going live at 7 p.m. Do join in. Then you, in the live, you offer your whatever you want to offer, you offer them, and eventually you email and nurture them and pitch them your upsell. That's how a workshop funnel works. It helps you to neutralize your ad cost also. It helps you get them live, make a human connect, create a FOMO, sell your upsell. That's how a workshop funnel works. And then comes the story. Your story matters a lot. As I told you, my story, how I went from a zero to hero. That's how you need to tell your story in the live class. While that can't be done in any kind of pre-recorded course or YouTube video, right? You tell your intro, hey, I was an accidental marketer. I was a mechanical engineer having 8 backlogs at a time. I then came across so many gurus. I started learning, implemented. During lockdown, I was clueless. I didn't had anything. My dad, his business was shut. I was sitting idle at home. We all were clueless how we can earn our living. So then we came across all the courses. We started implementing. We got $0 to $10,000 per month. That's how I came out of the problem. So that's how you need to present your story. You tell them your intro, tell them the problem, intensify the problem, then you come out of the problem. So that's how the zero to hero story works. And eventually that will help you get more connection, human connect, then more attention. People will feel that connect and stay with you till the end. What are the ideal communications that you should go ahead with? So emails and WhatsApp messages. Why emails and WhatsApp messages? I should tell you a few stats. You might be seeing that your email open rate is just for 30 to maximum 40%, right? That's also in the case when you have a very dashing subject line that, hey, I'm going live. That's a very obvious subject line. While if you have a FOMO like subject line, then it might go shoot up to 40% of open rate. While we all are very much active on WhatsApp today, we all are then and now checking our WhatsApp. Hey, somebody has messaged me. So then the open rate there we have experienced more than 70% of open rate. If you are inviting 100 people and sending them just the emails, you will get close to 30 to 40 people to come live. While if you are messaging them on WhatsApp, you might get more than 70 people live. That's how you can improve your conversion eventually. The ideal communication in email, the first email goes, you welcome them that yes, you have registered. You tell them your story, some short story, so that they engage with you. You in the third email, you tell them some tactics regarding to your niche. Maybe you are in some health niche maybe, and you send them a mail saying, hey, do check out this checklist. This checklist has 3 tactics how you can improve your mental health. You should meditate. You should do regular, maybe yoga, maybe gymming. So that's how you tell them the tactics. Then you send them 3 attendance emails in which you basically invite people to attend your live workshop. Then the WhatsApp message. On the registration, one message goes, then the reminder message goes, then just 5 minutes before the live. Hey, I'm going live in just 5 minutes. See you live. This is the link. Join now. That's how the ideal communication works. And continuously you are reminding people that at 7 p.m. I'm going live. At 6 p.m. I'm going live. That's how you remind people and registering there in their mind that yes, I have to attend this person live. I can't miss this person live. I need to attend this. That's how it works. Then comes the bonus, ideal communication, automated IVR call. If you are going live at 7 p.m., you set up an automation call at 7:10 p.m. 7:10 p.m. after 10 minutes of starting. Hey, I can't see you live. Haven't you joined? Check your WhatsApp and join me right now. People would feel like, yeah, how does this guy know that I haven't joined the live? They will join you. You will surely see a rise in your attendance. Okay, so that's the third thing, automated IVR call. Then what tools that you need to get all this sorted? I know it's a lot. These tools are a lot, but with Zenler, you can have your learning management system sorted, email marketing tool sorted, webinar tool sorted, automation tool sorted, landing page tool sorted, payment gateway also sorted. So Zenler does it all. You just need a WhatsApp tool, calling tool, and maybe an automation, Zapier or Pabbly to do the work for you. So that's how you get more and more reminders and attention from your customers. Then comes the live RDX, the live class RDX pitch. What do I mean by RDX pitch? Any guesses, guys? Any guesses? RDX. This is a call. This is a term given by me. Revenue domination multiplier pitch. So in this, what I want to tell you is you tell your backstory with a pain. Just as I told you that I was clueless, I was not clear with what I want to do in my life. You tell them the mechanism, what you are selling, the secrets that lead to building a brand. So as this, you tell them a few secrets with some kind of example, 1, 2, 3, and then you set up some objection clearing. They might be having some internal and external fears. What if I don't have some kind of tech in place? What if I can't do the automations on my own? What will I sound so pushy? Will it take too much of my time? Will it take too much of my cost? So that all that you need to clear in that objection clearing. You need to divide your pitch in a form that you are telling all these things in just 1 hour. Then comes the success case studies. You must have some testimonials with you. You will be presenting them in the live class, saying that, hey, maybe Alice had attended my webinar and this is the transformation she got. So that's how you get a, a credibility. Then you pitch them the value stack, what you are going to offer them. For example, in just $500, I'll give you 10 live classes where you will see a change in yourself. Then you address the questions at the end, you give an offer, and timer is set. Your pitch matters a lot, and you need to understand that it is a slow process. The pitch matters a lot. What you are saying in your presentation, it depends on what you are presenting. So it is a slow process and it matters a lot. You need to trust the process and practice again and again. Present again and practice. Present again and practice and repeat the process. That's how you get your perfect pitch. So guys, I know that today we all guys have a very less retention period, and that was my presentation, a small, crisp, to the point, and I don't have any call to action, but yes, you can follow me on Instagram. My handle is siddhant.eth, and you can also ping me on WhatsApp. Ping me on Facebook. I'm there in the Facebook group. Yeah, that's all for now. I'm open to questions.
Thank you so much, Siddhant, for sharing the model, the funnel model that you follow for yourself. And that is a lot of learning that I'm taking home for sure. There are a lot of questions towards the tool that you discussed. Let me go by them one by one. The first question is that what tool do you use for automated IVR call?
So it is authkey.io. So that helps me in automating my calls. And basically, if a person enters his or her mobile number in the funnel, they get automated calls whenever I set in the backend. So that's how,
Okay.
yeah.
Rob is asking, can you please share the link of the tool that you are talking about? Can you put it in the chat, please? Okay. And Rob also has a question. He wants to know that how do you get your leads? Rob, could you please tell me what IM is? Instant message. Okay, he's saying that how do you how he gathers instant message contact details from his leads.
So you can get your phone numbers through your funnels, the landing page. Just by getting emails, it will not solve your problem. You will need their name, email, and phone number. The three things will do the work for you. You can get all this sorted by just getting these three details.
Okay, and Rakesh is also asking that where do the students add their phone numbers? Like, I know you answered that, but could you just tell the structure?
So basically, people can add their phone number in the Facebook ads also, or else you can get them in the landing page. You can add a column that give your WhatsApp number. We would message you on WhatsApp. You can get their consent, or else in the thank you page, you can give a call to action to join a WhatsApp group.
Yes, and with Zenler, when we use the marketing funnel, there is a pop-up option. So when you're taking the details inside the pop-up form, where you have the name, number, email ID, probably we can add another field, which is the phone number field.
Yeah,
right?
we can, and eventually that data can be passed to Pabbly or Zapier, and from there the data can go to the respective software where you can automate the process.
Okay, understood. Got it. Okay, there was one more question that came from Rob. He says, managing a WhatsApp group for each live workshop, how to gather people's WhatsApp. For most Americans, this is a no-go. The only ones using WhatsApp I know work internationally. So when you work with people abroad, if there are leads coming from abroad, is there some other tool that you focus on, since WhatsApp is not very much used in the countries abroad?
We can do SMS marketing also. So in US, I believe people are using WhatsApp, or else you can also automate using Telegram also. So people can get their notification on Telegram, WhatsApp. These are the major communication sources in US also.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Rob is also saying, be sure to add message that number will not be sold or shared. Yes, absolutely. Taking
that data is there with you only. So you are not pushing it to any other software which is not guaranteeing you your privacy.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Right.
Do we have any other questions?
Notification through, yeah, you can send some notification through Zenler app also. So push notification can also work.
Definitely. I wanted to ask one question. You did share an extensive process of, doing the entire live workshop. I wanted to know, do you take care of it all alone, or do you have a team, or do you have a VA that you have hired? Do people need additional help, or is it doable all alone?
It can be done all alone. So it is all automated process. You just need to have your funnel in place and it will work automatically like charm.
Okay, absolutely. So that means if anybody wants to adopt this and do it alone, they can do it very easily.
Yeah, they can.
All right. And the entire process that you shared, I'd like to know that, would you recommend this process for a free workshop, or would you recommend a priced workshop?
It completely depends on funnel to funnel. So it also works for free workshop. It also works for paid workshop, but it depends what kind of positioning you have. So it completely depends on you.
All right, got it. And just one last question, that if at all we have to go for a price workshop, taking in consideration of both the markets, Indian market and the market abroad, what is a good price to put on a workshop like this if you are doing this?
So you can just start from $10 and that will be good to go. You are just taking an intent from the person who is attending, that yes, that guy is serious enough to attend your workshop. It will get a high quality lead to your live class. That's the motive of doing the workshop funnel.
Yes. So what I understand from what you're saying is, this is basically a process of acquiring the lead and gaining their trust, and then the sales and the upsell happens after that.
Exactly. You are basically nurturing them upfront, and eventually they might convert for your upsell.
Absolutely. Got it. Got it. Thank you so much, Siddhant. That was a lot of information and learning that I'm taking home. And I'm sure everybody who's listening to us has got some new points to think upon. Thank you so much. It was lovely.
Thank you for inviting. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Hi, Alice.
It's live, people. I have to remember to unmute myself. I would love to invite the rest of our team to come on as well if they'd like to. A couple of the questions in the chat were just talking about maybe different countries and having different communication methods. And one of the things that I popped into the chat when it comes to setting up a reminder funnel, which Siddhant, that was fantastic, because that is having those reminders and that instant communication with people really can increase the attendance in your live events, whether you're using Facebook live video, whether you're using live webinars or classes. Having that reminder, and not just via email. We do send out, like you all for today's session, you received a reminder email for this session. However, a lot of people, if in certain places they don't like to give out phone numbers, I think someone mentioned that in the chat. One of the options is messenger chatbots, because you can set up automated funnels in the chatbot that people subscribe to get reminders for when you're going live. So you can set that up as a live, you can set that up as a live video reminder. You could set that up for live webinar, and they opt into it. And it is instant. So, and it works really, really well. A lot of my clients have used that over the years. I've built a lot of those type of chatbots for people as well in the past, and they work really great for increasing that attendance with that instant reminder, which is the exact same thing that Siddhant is doing with the WhatsApp and some of those, the Telegram. That was another good one, because I forgot all about Telegram. And also I've used Signal with some people as well as another instant app, because some people are maybe moving away from other tools. New tools come up, people are trying stuff. So there are so many options for everything when it comes to messaging now, right? So many.
Absolutely. I think everybody, like whoever's working on it, different things do suit different people. Some like email, some like messages, some like WhatsApp. So whichever suits whatever we are working on suits us more.
Exactly. And that's the thing. And I'm glad that these questions have come up, because we are being live and managing those live aspects of business today means that we're worldwide. So there's a lot of things we have to think of and pay attention to that maybe weren't obvious to us in the past. So things like our time zones. And I know Tracy mentioned a little bit about that in her presentation. Thinking about time zones and how that matches up, thinking about the tools people use around the world and the way that you can incorporate different things to hit your target audience, right? Because where you are matters, but also where your audience is at matters as well. So kind of playing around and touching on some of those tools where you can reach the people effectively, right? And get that great communication with them. And I do see a question in the chat about the schedule for the day. I did post in the Facebook group the complete schedule with the speakers for all of today's sessions. So you can find that right in the Zenler Facebook group. I pinned it to the features where admin can pin things so that you all have access to it. So you can find it there, Nancy. You can't access Facebook because the schedule's on in the lessons in the course as well. So you can kind of look there, and I posted, yes, and the links for the sessions will be popped in here as well. Yes. And I'm curious, I don't know, David or Liz, if you have any other thoughts on those messaging things, that live interactions, those communications to get people to come to your live events?
Yeah, personally, I think it's I think you were suggesting the bot idea to put in there. So there's lots of chats. There's also, if you can get people to sign up and go into like a free course or something, you can communicate them directly, either through email or through the community features. Also, any groups that you're on as well. And, you can just build up, you can maybe get their WhatsApp, connect with them on WhatsApp and those sort of things. So communication is so much easier nowadays than it's ever been. I know there's a big question going up about IM saying that, Americans won't give out their phone number and those sort of things. But if you're interested in something, you will. Simple as that. If you're not, you won't. Like anything else, if you don't want to receive marketing from something, you'll unsubscribe. And it's the same thing. So it's up to the individual. You can't force people to do something. You wouldn't want to do that, because otherwise you're going to alienate them and get a bad reputation. So I think it's all just being transparent with communication. And there's so many ways to communicate nowadays that there's always a way to work. And Telegram was mentioned as well. There's lots of other social channels, not including Facebook, that you could use as well. So it's getting the message out and being transparent about it all. And I think then people are open to you to communicate with them. I think Tracy was saying earlier about how she's got a good reputation because she spends lots of times live with people and building up rapport with actual people. And that's why she's got such a high open rate, which was really nice to hear, because we do have it on the Facebook group. Oh, it's not going out, my emails. And it's all about if people trust you. If you're doing it to a cold audience, you're going to get a very low open rate for sure. But if those people know you've communicated, and what better way to communicate than lives? You're live. I know lots of people on the group, when I've had them into a day with Zenler and things like that, they said, oh, I feel like I know you, because you're on all these lives all the time. They feel that you're their friend. You haven't met them. Of course, all of our community are our friends, but it's that way, that kind of connection that you get with them. And what's been good about the morning session is the communication element. I know we're covering lives today, but that communication is key. And Howard put that really well, building connection. I know Mamit's done storytelling challenge, the way you can communicate with people and get people caught up in your life, and then they open up to you, which is what it's all about today, about lives.
Absolutely. And one of the key things there, David, that you mentioned about if people are really interested, they will sign up, is knowing what exactly your audience is interested in and knowing exactly what tools your audience and your ideal people are using, and using that tool. Sometimes it's not necessarily, maybe we love WhatsApp, but maybe our audience just loves Messenger. And if that's the case, then that's the tool that we use for that instant connection with them, for reminders and such. You just have to go with what your audience wants. So you need to know what that is, and you need to talk to them. And this live interaction that you can have with your audience is a great way to do that, right? Like whether it's live on Facebook or YouTube or in a live webinar or a class, like that is a great way to get feedback. And your audience, and the great thing is your audience starts small, because as you build and grow, your audience will get bigger. So when it's small, you can have smaller, more intimate conversations with people and really build that up for yourself. And you can find out a lot more details from people when you have that smaller audience and you have those more intimate conversations with them. And you can find out really what they're using so that you can use those tools. Yes, yes, yes. What I would love to know from all of you, what are your favorite sort of instant communication tools that you're using right now? Are you using Messenger? Are you using WhatsApp or Telegram or Signal? Do you have some other tool that you use that maybe we haven't even talked about today to share with us? Because that would be great to know. There are so many.
I love the mention of the app as well, because I find that is brilliant. You just get the push notifications. It's absolutely superb. It's great for me. I'm just in there as a student, so I'm getting all the notifications. Of course, my name is the same as my course names, so I just get these notifications. I can send it back while I'm out and about. If I'm in a coffee shop or something, I can just post back and answer questions. It makes it so much easier. And going forward, the app is only going to get better. So watch this space.
Yes, we have Nancy asking how to access the app, David.
If you go on our tutorial site, tutorials.newzenler.com, if you scroll down to the bottom, you can see that there's an app link for both Android and Apple. So you can, if depending on your device, you can just click in there. Now, do remember that just sign yourself up. I need to do a bit of a training on this as well, but you need to sign yourself up as a student and enlist yourself in the course. And that way you can go in there, jump into the communities, and you're literally like a student, but you're not, because you can name yourself the same as what you would normally name yourself. So no one would know any difference. And then you can just post and push replies back and forth. Remember, the app is for your students, but you can use it for your own personal phone so that you can actually check notifications in the communities that you've got set up. Now, also in the back end on your desktop, if you go into the admin, you've also got push notifications that you can do from the admin panel of the app as well, which is down in the left hand corner. So you can just click push notifications and that will go out to anybody in any of the communities that you select on the push notification. So I do need to do a bit of a tutorial on that. I'm going to get that all set up, but it's going to be good. But try that out. Just go in as a student, just see the interaction and join in, and then start. And then people will know you as the instructor, and then you can just pass the information back and forward. So it's really handy.
Absolutely. Who's using the app? Who's here that's using the app right now? Yes, I am. I will admit that I was a little late to getting the app. Okay. I will admit that. But once I got it on there, I was like, oh, I'll leave that to the rest of the team. I'm doing this other thing. But then once I actually downloaded the app, I was like, oh, wow, this is actually really nice. Like, how cool is this? The way the courses show up in the app, it's just a really smooth interface for it, and I wish I had done it sooner. So if you haven't, I would definitely try it out. But I would love to know who's already using it and how that's working for you, because it's been great for me. And I'm one of those people that I go bonkers on push notifications. That red badge icon, like it's like an OCD thing. If I see it, I'm like, ugh, like, drive me crazy. Let me clear that. So I have to tap on it, right? Which is what we want from our people when we're communicating with them. We want them to get that notification, whether it's that messenger message, whether it's the WhatsApp message, whether it's from the app. We want them to tap on it and get it, right? We want them to know for sure.
I think, Alice, I'd agree with you. Even I love that notification part. Like when I got on the app, I initially tried to do it and test how it looks like. And when you get a WhatsApp message, it comes on your screen, even if your phone is locked. And same happens with the app. As soon as you send a notification, it taps right into your screen in the middle. And that is what I love about it. Imagine when, our clients, our students get that notification, that would be right on their phone, right in front of the eyes. So that's also one part I love about the app.
Absolutely. Yes, it's right there. Bam.
I know Tracy was on earlier. She definitely uses the app. She was on it straight away and she loves it. Her students love the app. She's a big advocate of our app as we have it at the moment.
Yes. I know. I wish I had done it sooner, because it has some really nice features to have the app. And one of the things that I like about it is that I have purchased courses or signed up for things on other people's Zenler sites. And so if I've used the same email that I've used with my site, with other people's sites, then there's actually a drop-down option and I can switch between other people's sites and courses within the same app if I have it set up on the same email. And so I really like being able to move from different people's sites that I'm signed up on that have Zenler. So that's also a really nice feature on there.
Yeah, Rob's saying there he has to remind students about the app. So a little bit of a tip here, put that into the course access page. I actually have a video, so I tell people how to go down and put the app in there. I tell them to put in the same username and email that they use for the course that they're enrolled in, Rob. And then they can go in there and they'll get access to courses that they have bought from you. And as Alice said, any other courses that they bought on Zenler as well will show up in there.
Yeah, you might want to, there's a question, is there a tutorial for how to set up the app for your audience? Your audience, you would basically do what we do, like you go to our site, the tutorial site, and as David said, you scroll to the bottom and there's the links to download the app. You would basically provide those similar instructions for your audience on how to download the app, and then have them sign in with their same email that they're signed up on the site, and then they'll get access to your content on the app.
Yeah, so go to either they've got an Apple phone or an Android. So they go to the particular app store, they download, that's step one. They put in the email and the user that they've got your course over, that's step two. And then step three is they access it. That's it.
Question. Can we listen to something in the app while doing something else on the phone as well as closing the screen? Will it still play audio or something?
Yes, we had, well, for podcasters, well, people have got audio files in there. It was, it's been fixed now ages ago, actually, but it was cutting off when the screen shut off, but now it doesn't. So they've got through that trip. But again, test it. Go in there. If you've got a video in there, just go in there and test it. But I don't think it shuts off anymore. I think it will just play. With the screen, they always shut off, I think, if you've got a video playing. If I remember the security settings, like if you've got YouTube or something and you've got a video and the phone shuts off, but that's under the settings of the phone as opposed to that. But on the audio files, we've let it because people like Liz doing meditation, you don't want to be listening, meditating, the phone cuts off and then it just stops. So that was quite a good one for you, wasn't it, Liz?
Yeah, it's been really good and my clients have really enjoyed it. And I think it's also the videos, like you can go in and you can view like the replays and that on the app, which makes it really quick and is building up that connection, that communication, you know, that's been sort of key to all the speakers today.
Yeah. And also the other thing is, I know that people have mentioned this before, and again, this is another video that we're going to have to do. That is, they're asking that lives don't play inside the app. And that's true, but there is a workaround because we use Zoom. It's integrated with Zenler. You can actually just put a link inside of one of your lessons that takes people directly to Zoom, so they can get in there through that way, through their browser in the phone. So I know that there's work being done on having the lives in the app itself, but that's not happened yet. But there is a workaround to do that. Again, we need to do a video to get that across to you. But it's all possible in Zenler because it is a very versatile platform.
Yes, new features being added all the time. And maybe later today, we will have some fun announcements that you won't want to miss when we do our afternoon session today, which will start, or maybe that's evening. I don't know what we're calling that time zone. Probably evening. So 5:15 BST time is the evening session beginning, and that is the Zenler panel, which is Ask Us Anything. We may have some fun announcements that you won't want to miss in that session. So make sure to mark your calendars for that. Up next at 1:15 BST is when the afternoon session will be starting. So make sure you go back into the course and you can access that link if you already RSVP'd or booked in your spot, as we say in Zenler, book in your spot in the live, then you will also have an email for that afternoon session, which runs from 1:15 to that 5:15 time frame. So you can access that there. And I think at a certain point, we will also be able to pop a link into the chat here so that you don't miss it. Yes, 1:15. Yes, the afternoon session is at 1:15.
15 minutes.
Yes, exactly. In
Back.
15 minutes. Yes. We do. We make sure we have all the buffers in place so that nobody misses the session. So you have a little bit of a time so that you can hop over to the next session without missing any of our fabulous speakers. Question: can we watch the videos in offline mode in the app after local downloading on the phone?
It's not locally downloaded on the phone, it's in the app. So it is an online service. So unless you've supplied a download where they can actually download the video itself onto their device, no, it will cut off like any live thing that you've got. It has to be online because you're watching it online. It's streamed in service. Unless I'm wrong, I don't think I'm wrong. I think I've checked that before. Rakesh is here, but no, I think because it's online, but if you download it, obviously it's downloaded on your phone, you can watch it offline. Some course creators let you download their videos. Personally, I don't because of piracy issues, but and you know, most people have got an internet connection that they can tie up to because you are after all in an online course, you know.
Absolutely. Okay, good. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Yes. Okay. Any other questions before we hop off of this session? Do you know how to get to the next session? Do you have any questions about how to access that?
I think someone asked the question, but I think they know. They just put thanks. So yes, missed. Oh, Rakesh, you've gone grayscale.
Okay. Were you referring to me, David? Yeah. I was playing around in the webcam settings. I had issues with webcam videos. So I was trying that. Remember, I was chatting regarding that. I probably messed it up. Hey, maybe this looks better.
Yeah. That's a nice contrast with the gray and blue. It is a good contrast. Hey, again, this is live.
Yeah, I think someone was asking about the app. Yeah, so currently there is no offline. You cannot play your videos offline. Your internet is off. It just cuts you off. But we are planning an option where your students can download. Students then will be able to download your file to their local device, and then they will be able to play. But yeah, so that's something onto this. We need to get to it at some point. So offline viewing of videos are not possible right now, but we will get to it at some point.
I've just put the direct link to the next live session coming up. So as long as you're logged in, you're watching this live, you should be logged in. You should be able to click that link, go straight through, make sure you've booked your spot, and then we'll pop up again in about 14 minutes.
So, yeah.
Sorry, that message went to direct message, David.
Oh, it went to you. Oh. Okay, guys, let me just... we are live, so these things, there we go. So I think Abby was asking for that. So there you go, jump in.
Yeah, Nancy mentioned it. Yes. And you can also just go right back into the course, the Summit course access, and it's the second lesson. There's only 3 lessons: morning session, afternoon session, evening session. And all the sessions are in there. If you've booked into them already, you'll also have an email reminder that has the direct link in it. You can also access it in the lesson right there and pop into it. So you have multiple ways to access the next session. Yes. So I think that's it. I think we're done. Does anybody have anything they'd like to add for this last session to close it out?
Yeah, we like to answer questions. This is a sort of unplanned Q&A part at the end. You got 2 panel sessions today with all of us.
Yes.
Yeah, if you have any burning, any questions you want us to answer, no, this is the time we're here for another couple of minutes, I guess.
We
love you too, Terry.
Yeah.
All of
Kevin's
you.
saying to mention about what's coming up on the next sessions. So we have the afternoon session, and we have Jim Gardner. He's an investment stock, and he's going to be doing a session on how he uses lives. We've also got Carmen. So Carmen's on there as well. And we've got Angela Sundust. She's been on a day with Zenler. So she'll be talking all, this is all about lives here today. And we got John Orion, and he just might, Alice, mightn't he, play something for us?
Wow,
Maybe.
So it should be fun. He's a character, so I love John. So he's going to be on talking about how he uses lives as well. And I worked with John quite a bit when he was setting up Uki West. This is ukulele site, and he's gone on from there, and he's using it a lot more on his play creation site as well. So he's doing lives all the time. So he's going to be quite interesting seeing what he's got up to, because he has grand plans as well. So John's going to be on at the last slot on the afternoon session. So that's what's coming up for session 2. That's it.
Yeah, and a massive thank you to all of you for being here and all of our amazing speakers so far.
Lovely, Liz. So we got Kevin's in there. Great lineup coming up.
And all the speakers are Zenler instructors. So it's totally different than from all the summits that you probably attended. So it's
and these are all people that are using Zenler. Guys, all these people are using Zenler, and they're using it professionally. They're making lots of money from it. They're teaching you skills that, because everybody started somewhere. We've all started right at the beginning, and we've learned things as we go, and they are sharing this information with you. So if you are at that beginning stage and you're feeling frightened, because that's the big word here, is when you're running lives, people are very scared of being on camera, of messing up, all those things. I think Howard's slot there was really good. Like, it doesn't matter if you make mistakes, as long as your audio is nice and clear, and people can see what you're trying to get across to them. They don't mind if you make mistakes, because everyone's there to learn. And also, like he mentioned, it humanizes you as well. So having the odd blunder happen now and again is, it can be fun as well. Like, don't get stressed if you drop the coffee on the floor and you've got to clean it up after the live. Just sort of laugh it off and joke with people, and then you'll build that communication. I know Liz is all about the mindset as well on these things, aren't you, Liz? So it's like to not get stressed by these things.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's be yourself. And again, I think that's been a message underneath a lot of the speakers today. And the more that you are yourself, the more naturally that you'll flow. And everybody's with you. So they're there for a reason. They want to hear from you. They want to have that connection with you. So just let it go. And if things do happen, it's okay. Like you said, it's live, people understand. And especially within, this audience, you all obviously understand live, and it's part of what we're doing. And your audience is going to be the same.
Yeah, and I'll let you into a little bit of a secret here. I sort of don't talk about it too much, but some of the people that were coming to my live Sunday workshops will know this. I did about half an hour. I don't even know if Rakesh knows this. So he might sack me off, but I had this thing where I was so involved, because I get really involved in it, and I was screen sharing, and then I was about half an hour, and I looked across at the chat, because I don't look at it while I'm doing my presentation, and there was loads of these capital letters. "You're not sharing your screen." I'd muted everybody, and I had to go right back and share it. But everyone was really good about it. But
I think that you went around 20 minutes into the presentation and
I did. I had to go right back to the beginning and redo that half an hour. But people kind of liked it, because it was like, that's what happens. the information was given across to them eventually once I went through the second bit, and I could actually go through it quite quick then because I'd already talked about it. So they already had it in their head. So in a way, it's kind of like a way to sort of set it in their memory that they won't forget that episode because they were there when I did that. There's been a few others as well. I'm sure Kevin's done a few as well. We've all done them, haven't we? We've all done them. Well, not you, Liz. You're perfect, aren't you?
No, I've made loads of mistakes. We're all human. We're all absolutely human.
Well, I'd like to see Liz's whiteboard fall over at one time.
I'm sure it will one time. Although after Howard's, presentation today, I'm like, yeah, no whiteboard. And a lot of what I do, it is, just me speaking. And the more comfortable you become, the more you practice, the more that's what, you will get to do too, if you choose to. And it's that choice. And Zenler's so amazing for giving you so many opportunities, so many different ways to connect with your audience. So yeah, I'm loving, like today has been so good. And I know the next 2 sessions coming up are going to be awesome too.
Fabulous.
Terry says he was there for session, aren't you? Terry says he was there for that particular session.
Yeah, that's why they're not letting me host today, guys.
Yes. Yeah. You're the co-host today. Cool. I think Rob was saying that he just wishes for a more feature support for managing cohorts. I think, are you referring to live classes or are you referring to courses? Rob here? I'm not entirely sure what exactly you're referring to here.
I think that one's more managing cohorts within courses.
I think currently you can manage cohorts through a pricing plan, I think, right, David? So you can have one pricing plan for a cohort and then take the pricing plan down and then pay a new one. But I think if you're talking about cohort 1, cohort 2, cohort 3, and then if you want to do cohort analysis and so on, it's a bit tricky.
I think it's that management of cohort side of things. But yeah, exactly like you said, you can do all that. I think with tagging as well. You have to think about how you're going to use the system. Like tagging people is perfect for splitting groups up and finding out which lives they've been in and all those things. But it does require maybe a little bit of thought behind what you're trying to do and achieve. Whenever I work with any of the Zenler instructors, that's a question that I say to them always: plan everything out. And then I'll have a look at the plan, and you can literally diagnose problems before you've touched Zenler. I always say again that actually using Zenler is the easy part. It's actually planning strategy and setting up all your media. That's the long part of course creation. The rest is actually really easy inside the platform. And I think I've proven that over the years by how many sites and courses I've created live in front of you guys. So you can see how quick the system is, but it's that planning stage and strategy that people overlook. They just jump into the platform because it's like, oh, I've got a shiny new Zenler admin area. I can go and just put things in, but you need to plan it. So you need to spend maybe a day or two just planning it all out. If you've listened to some of Liz's workshops that she's done, it's all about the planning, like set those particular pathways, and then you can make your life so much easier. I think that's the key, really. I can see Terry also has mentioned he was actually there when I messed up. So it's good to see someone's there. Brilliant. Kevin's put an action happens based on participants' activity. It sounds difficult to actually, but it's actually pretty straightforward. Yeah. So an action happens based on participants' activity. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, I think what Rob says is if you want to use it in a corporate environment, if you have like departments, if you want to manage training for a particular department and to track progress for students for that particular department, you can do it, but it's a bit cumbersome. That's what that's the point he's trying to make.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's knowing the system, those kind of managing areas. I suppose it's like we set up the tag system, which is really good now for media and things like that. If people don't use it, or they're using too many tags, and I think that's the big one, people using too many tags. And I've heard this before in the group where I've got so many tags, I want to get rid of them all. Well, of course, we've got bulk actions. So with bulk actions, we can remove tags, we can add tags, we can change tags. where you've got all that ability in there, but it's knowing little bits of the system. If you're new to this, anybody that's watching, if you're new to this, you can take it in very simple steps. Don't get overwhelmed by some of these questions that are coming in on the chat, because you might get overwhelmed by it, and you shouldn't get overwhelmed. It's actually quite simple when you look at it and break it down. But hearing it now, it might overwhelm you a little bit. Don't be overwhelmed.
Good. Means we are nearing the 1:15 mark, I think.
Yeah. Who's ending this session? I think it's Alice, and we'll be back at 1:15.
I think Alice is just gone up for a bit, and so we'll come back soon, maybe. So we have a new link for the new session, right?
Yep, I put the link in the chat there. But remember, it's just simple. Just go to the summit, go to second session, book your spot, and you're done.
Cool.
Okay, so we'll say goodbye then for this morning session, and we'll see you in probably a few minutes' time with the next session coming up. See you guys soon. Bye.
See you soon.
Bye.